Oh, who's doing intro? Is it me? Is it me? I'll do
Is
it.
you? Is
Hello,
you?
ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Very, very high stakes game we have here. It is Vitagen against Wacky Wraiths. I'm joined with Dasa for this exciting game. And one thing to note about I guess we're phrasing it as the champion stage best of fives. This is an elimination one. I think this is the first champion stage elimination series that we're going to be able to witness. But for these two teams, and I would say two different stakes we have here. Vitagen, the reigning champions, they currently sit on the SLE throne, and Wacky Wraiths, coming into the split, probably not seen as a top contender, but they found themselves in the top four, and they are looking to challenge Vitagen here. So, Desa, have you got any takes on this matchup here today?
Yeah, lower bracket semifinals in front of us here. It is gonna be one of the teams eliminated tonight. Wacky Wraiths versus Vitagen. And like you said, I think one of the teams, Wacky Wraiths especially, not really a lot talked about people who thought they would make it this far. I feel like Vitagen, like you said, they are the kings at the moment, winners of the last split. They're the ones who I'm gonna be looking to sort of carry on that legacy for themselves, carry on what they did in previous split, and hopefully make it to the grand finals, because we have already confirmed after yesterday's matchup that it's going to be Gucci in the finals. And if we can get Vitagen versus Gucci in those finals, it is going to be an absolute banger of a matchup. But I'm so excited for tonight's games.
Yeah, I'm super, super excited. And well, yesterday we saw the result of the series, and Gachian is waiting in the grand finals. And well, we don't know who they're going to come up against until like 2 weeks' time, because I think the winner of this will play against Blazing Pandas next week. So there's a lot to see, and I believe we are ready to head into the draft. Correct me if I'm wrong, obviously, but we know a lot about these two teams, and you can see on your screen here. Is there anything out of the ordinary that you've seen?
Out of the ordinary so far, not really. I'm seeing a lot of the same champions, funnily enough, we saw yesterday as well. Yesterday we saw a bunch of the Orianna Wukong combo, seeing it here today as well. On the side of Wacky Wraiths, first looks at the draft as well. We are seeing a Twisted Fate on side of Vitagen. Last time around, it didn't have that much success, and this is obviously a champion that we don't see too often in SLE, so I think the global pressure it can create is always really exciting. It does mean we might get some early action in front of us, because once you hit 6 on that Twisted Fate, your roaming potential is pretty much outmatched by any other champion in the game, except for the likes of Talon maybe, but even then, TF is the roaming king after that level 6, so it's gonna be interesting to see how that global pressure ends up being used. On the other side, it's going to be the Orianna in the mid lane alongside the Wukong, but in my opinion, if we're talking about sort of mid-jungle duo, I think the side of Wacky Wraiths have a stronger one in the early game, just because the damage that these two can output is absolutely ludicrous if you can hit the Shockwave plus a Cyclone combo.
Yeah, Orianna Wukong right now one of the strongest mid jungles in the game. Had a lot of presence at Worlds, and you know, B1 Orianna. How many times have we seen this in the recent patches? It happens basically every game if it's open. And Vitagen focus. I believe they lost a ban due to punishment reasons, so they've prioritized the Janna and the Lulu bans, meaning that the Orianna was open. And one thing I need to touch on is. Due to unfortunate situations, Wacky Wraiths are not playing with Butner, and they will be playing with Lina in the mid lane. And Lina, Elo-wise, I don't know too much about the player, but Elo-wise, Emerald 2, D-Wow's 100 LP Master Player, or 200 LP Master Player. This is a complete David versus Goliath situation. And, like, I think it's one of those weird ones. If you're D-Wowzer here, it's almost like losing this matchup in any shape, way, or form, especially when you have counter pick, you just lose every ounce of credibility you have as a
Yeah, definitely. And I think it is good to see, in my opinion, that when you have a sub, or when you have someone who's not necessarily as comfortable, and like you said, speaking like elo-wise here, is outmatched in the mid lane, it is good, in my opinion, to put them on something simple, put them on something that's really, really strong in the meta at the moment, so they don't have to think too much about the champion. Orianna, like you said, something that gets picked very often, something that's very strong, especially with the Wukong. But outside of the mid-jungle matchup, of course, it's going to be the Sivir Renata in the bot lane versus the Ashe Rakan on the other side. And Ashe, a champion that yesterday we saw be quite strong, and even saw Team Chef get a pentakill on it. So I'm expecting for some great heights coming out of the Ashe, but personally the bot lane matchup, in my opinion, should go the way of Vitagen, because Sivir just tends to get outranged and is not as strong in the early game as the Ashe.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see, and we've talked a lot about a lot of Vitagen's draft here, but one thing that is really important to say, they have basically everything that Vitagen want. They have Jomi on Ashe, they have Dutch on Graved, and they have Ant on Cassante. They are all on comfort picks here, and draft-wise, if you're looking at like what Vitagen need to get in order to win their games, they have it all there. I've seen them play these champions to beat some of the best in the SLE, and they've got it for game one. So I think they are definitely happy with that. Desa, what is your prediction for this game?
Predictions, speaking of game one as well, on our way to the Rift, but predictions, I think it is gonna be a pretty tight matchup, but I'm gonna have to go, I think 3-1 here for Vitagen. And to me, a lot with it is just that mid lane matchup. I think D-Wolves is such a good mid laner. Of course, also like a Twisted Fate has limited capabilities just with how much skill you can express as Twisted Fate. But mid lane is such a crucial role that if the mid lane matchup goes to one side, I feel like that side has such a stronger team. So I'm gonna go 3-1 Vitagen here. But Sovanix, what about you? What do you think the result is gonna be?
Okay, so I'm not going to predict a score line, but I will say I know what Vitagen players have been saying in the build up to this game. They've been focused on that rematch with Good Yin. That's all I've heard coming out of Vitagen players behind closed doors. And when you're up against a top 14, when you enter this part of the tournament, you cannot underestimate a single team that is involved at this stage. And I think just due to the fact that Vitagen are completely discarding Wacky Wraiths as a competitor is going to be the reason of their downfall. And so I'm going to predict a Wacky Wraiths win.
Ooh, okay, some different opinions here. I like it. But so far we are seeing a little bit of trading in the early game. Looking at the runes and summoner spells as well, not seeing really anything too out of pocket. Casemate is going to be rocking the Ghost this time around, just to have a little bit more extra mobility against someone like a Cassante, who's got a ton of mobility of their own. Already seeing Sivir have early pressure in the game, which is something you are used to seeing, considering the great push potential she does end up having. You can see both junglers pathing towards that bot lane. I expect Dutch on the Grave to go for more of a full clear, unless he wants to go for an early invade, which it does look like he is so far pathing towards. You can see the ward on the top side of the Wacky Wraiths jungle, but there's a gank in mid lane.
Ooh, gank in mid lane. Dutch already ganking Lina very early on, trying to exploit that substitute mid laner, but actually D-Wows are losing the HP trade in that one. So Lina will be happy with that, not having to burn a summoner spell either, but you can see Dutch now opting for the invade into the Wukong here. This is Graves. You do want to invade early on, but Robbery being full HP will just be a contest for now. You can see priority on the side of Vitagen, meaning that Dutch will be able to just walk in and get this. Robbery not going to back down for now, as he's going to start a duel with the Vitagen jungler. He bonks him in the head, and it seems like it will just be the back off for now, because Ant has popped the Ghost. Dutch now brought to low HP. He is going to have to go into the run. Ant has provided the support. He is here to fight with his jungler alongside the man in the jungle. The Dutch man and the man in the top lane will be able to get first blood for Vitagen. But now it's about the exit route. What can Dutch and Ant do? No flash available for the Cassante. Ghost has already been popped. Dutch low HP will just be able to get escorted out to safety. Gets himself the crab, and a fantastic level 1 pathing, well, not level 1, level 3 path from Dutch, meaning first blood for Vitagen.
First blood for Vitagen. I'm a little bit confused here, because you can see on the map there was priority for Wacky Wraiths. You can see Casemate, he has first move, Lina has first move in the mid lane, and somehow it still ends up Ant who's there first despite all of that. Lina not even moving. from the mid lane, but we have an engage on
Actually
bot lane.
engaged on bot lane as Josiah lands a knock up into El Rat. Jeremy firing arrow after arrow, but Yesejin is doing a great job at trading back some damage. Robbery now trying to make Dutch eat a bit of his own medicine with another invade. Won't get much out of that. He did secure that bot river crab, so will be beneficial of that. But Maze gets solo killed up in the top lane on his signature Scion and adds 2-0 in the early game.
And being a very good top laner in his own right, already showing that if you even give one kill early on this Cassante, gets the early sheen, you can wreak absolute havoc. Maze gonna be solo killed in the top lane. You can see he does have the CS lead for now, but with the wave pushing towards and Triple to catch some of that back on up, and we've all been there. Cassante hits Sheen and suddenly he just starts doing so much more damage than he previously did. But I'm looking at these XP bars, I'm looking at the levels as well. D.Wows are almost level 6, which means this Twisted Fate is about to be unlocked as well.
Yeah, well, something happening in the top lane. It's Ant did not get that recall off. Does have the red buff in hand, so regeneration is coming through. But Maze looking to punish this Cassante here. Well, Ant is 2-0, does not have the teleport available, so kind of in an awkward spot, but should be fine. But as you mentioned, Twisted Fate nearing that level 6 mark, and you can imagine D-Raz will be looking to make plays on the map.
Definitely so, and I think when you're looking at the setup as well, you're looking at Cassante, great CC in the top lane, you're looking at bot lane, you're looking at a potential Ashe arrow as there's a one in the top lane.
As Ant uses the all out, so he's going for a duel against Maze. Ghost is popped on the side of the Scion as he's walking towards the wave here. Not level 6, and I can't imagine he's anywhere near it. He does get a knock up onto the Cassante. Look at Ant's mana pool. It is dropped down to low HP, and he's dropped down to low mana. The level 6 comes through. There goes the train, and he's gonna land a final knock up. Shot down going over to the hands of Maze. D-Wowzer using the teleport to run up into the top lane. Dutch doesn't get quite the best W, but D-Wowzer will land the final card and the final blow into Maze's heart. 3 kills to 1 on the side of Vitagen. Wacky Wraiths behind in the early game.
Maze with the solo bolo back as we have a little bit of a fight in the bot side as well, but for now Maze is gonna be pretty happy with that trade, getting Ghost out of Wowzer. Dutch without a flash as well, and like you said to yourself, didn't just get the reset in us. Hang on.
Yeah, hang on a minute. There's some contestant bot lane, but I don't think it'll amount to anything. But one thing that might do is a contest here in the jungle as Dutch and Robbery once again fist fighting it out, trying to contest absolutely everything they can on the map. And you can see Maze arriving into the river. Believe it will just be a swap of lanes as Ant will arrive in the mid lane to catch the wave. But yeah, amazing find the top lane as Maze doesn't quite land the Q onto D-Waz. A stun card comes out. Early game TF, not the highest amount of damage as I've noticed. He does have a D shield. Thoughts?
Yeah, he does have a D shield, and I think it is just to help the fact that Orianna has great range in that mid lane to help him survive, get some of the extra in. And we saw earlier, D-Waz was very low HP against the Orianna even with the D shield. So I think I have to imagine it is just because you're not necessarily, as the Twisted Fate, trying to play for solo lane advantages. As the Twisted Fate, you're trying to get your lanes ahead. As we have a little bit of 1v1 in the top lane.
1v1 break here now. Q3 gonna land from Ant. He might look for an all-out and isn't available just yet. Maze going to land another knock-up, level 7 to level 6. But the Ghost is available for the Cassante. Can he land this Q3? Doesn't seem like these two top laners are looking to battle it out. But instead, Ant uses the all-out, getting Maze down to low HP. Maze will just be able to walk away to the safety of his turret. But Ant with the aggression, 2 kills to 1. You can see the confidence he's playing with, and Vitagen on the other side secure themselves the first dragon of the game.
And both of these teams are brawling very early on, especially in that top lane. But yeah, Twisted Fate trying to play for advantages in other lanes, doesn't really try to get a hand in his own. So I think D-Shield in this instance is perfectly fine. And you can see even with the D-Shield still losing half of his health to Lina just because of that Orianna range. But in the top lane, you can see Ant just tries to push his advantage, and already low HP is going to go for a little bit of proxying. No jungle attention so far, but Robbery is going to be around on the top side. Ant needs to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, he does need to be a little bit careful, and doesn't have the ultimate available. Low mana, low HP. I'm not sure if this is the most well-advised play you could be making, as Maze might just go for the solo kill, but instead, Robbery will claim kill credit. And a kill over to the Wukong, evening up the kill score a little bit. Gold lead still in the hands of Vitagen, but this isn't a good luck for the top laner of Vitagen.
It's not a good look, and I think you can look for potential first Herald here as well. If you're looking on your lanes, there is Case Maze on low HP and low mana, so Robbery might think better of it, but and gonna be having to walk back to lane. It's gonna be some of that CS as well. Looking at CS, is already down by about 20. This is not really what you expect in the Cassante versus Sion matchup, and Robbery might be contested on the crab here, but is going to be able to pick it back on Apple. So a little bit of a disconnect, but it doesn't look like it's too much of a bother, as you can see Elrat recalling down in the bot lane. Heading up towards his top side, Dutch is gonna start Herald, but Elrat is on his way. This could get very spicy.
Could get spicy indeed. Lina is already into the Herald pit, so we'll get the contest there. But D Wowzer using the Destiny Gate to teleport on top of the head of Lina. Shockwave comes through. It is a two-man Shockwave. Case Maze now with the unstoppable onslaught arriving onto the scene, but in a gauntlet-style fashion, one by one. But instead, Elrat now providing support into the top side. Case Maze with the ghost pops doesn't quite get the knockup. Beautiful handshake coming out from Elrat, but Josiah with a twin-man knockup. The enchanted crystal arrow. It's going to land right on top of the Wukong's head, all the way from bot lane. The fight is going to break out even further. Can he get the bailout? He does indeed. Dutch is going to go down. The Graves is not in the fight anymore. Lina has teleported back into the fight after respawning from death. Elrat flashes to safety, and now in the all-out, going to fight a 1 versus 3, but he's not going to be able to do absolutely anything as Case Maze doesn't quite land the knockup. Q3 comes through, and he's left down to 1 HP. Case Maze is going to start the chase onto this Cassante here. He's got nowhere left to run. The minimal chances of him escaping as he is going to run under that turret, and I can assume this is going to be the kill going over to the Sion, and Wacky Wraiths win out a fight in the top side.
And that's absolutely huge out of them evens. The gold evens, the kills as well. And I think just the great play coming out of Elrat, getting the bailout just on time to bring the Wukong back to life. But Jesse is looking for a play in the mid lane. Remember, quickness was already used in the previous fight, so not going to be up and available. But Lina does spell something. He knows something is afoot, so it is gonna just be her backing out for now. But going back into the previous fight, as we have a little bit of a scuffle in the top lane, gonna be nothing for now. Herald can be started up as well. I might have to hold my thought.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, as the Herald is going to get started up once again. Last time around, Vitagen did not win out the team fight. As Wacky Wraiths, they're going to contest this again. Shockwave used very early on to chunk out Dutch. Half HP on the Graves. Robbery is going to jump forward. He's going to look for this man without a cigar. As Dutch is going to just about get away. But it does mean Vitagen give away the access to the Herald. It gets chunked down a little bit by Case Maze. Robbery probably going to jump back in. Doesn't have smite available, but this will go into the hands of Wacky Wraiths. Vitagen lose out on the objective in the top side.
It took 2 fights, but at last it is gonna be Wacky Wraiths who end up securing the Herald, and a great shockwave onto Dutch to start things off. End up chunking out the jungler, and Dutch, very luckily for the side of Vitagen, ends up surviving just barely on 1 HP, and again, Elrat just being in that top side, making the difference with the movement speed. You end up getting from the bailout. No need for a resurrection this time around, but just helps with the chase onto Dutch, and Robbery again on the Wukong making great plays. You can see Dutch even with the finished Jomos, which I do believe he had in that fight as well, still just not really being able to get anything off. Divine Thunder gonna be finished up for Robbery as well, and you can see the top side on the side of Wacky Wraiths is doing absolutely amazing. And Jomi, I need to commend this man, because the half map arrow, even that couldn't get Wacky Wraiths to fight. And the stun we know with those ash arrows are so long if they're from across the map that I think Robbery is very lucky to survive that one.
Very lucky indeed. And well, one thing that isn't very lucky for Vitagen is their mid laner building Rocket Belt on Twisted Fate, as I've just kind of noticed that up on my visual. And listen, not what I would recommend. Any TF players watching, this is what not to do if you are playing this champion. But nonetheless, Herald gets popped into the mid lane. You can see Vitagen looking to respawn. Beautiful clone to block out the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Rocket Belt TF attempting to one-shot someone, but obviously it's That's not a good item on the champion, so doesn't do anything. As instead, priority gets secured for Vitagen, so they will get priority onto this dragon. This is the second dragon in the game. We've seen many teams fall down due to the fact that they lose the first two dragons. As there's the Rocket Belt, Twisted Fate technology, as it does absolutely nothing. I hear the Psyonot gets popped, so Vitagen, no, let's evacuate away from this dragon pit, and it will go over to Wacky Wraiths, and a beautiful response coming out from them to ensure that this objective goes into their hands.
Wacky Wraith with the first dragon of the series, the second dragon of the series, sorry, second dragon of the game, as well as the chem plants are going to start blooming, and Maze a great job of roaming from the top lane to make sure his team does end up securing the objective. And I do have to agree, I think the Rocket Belt is a little bit confusing here, considering you have opted in for Flash, you've opted in for Ghost instead of the Teleport, which you see some TFs do, which means you already have great movement in your summoner spells. And looking at the comp of Vitagen, yes, they don't need more damage, but I think if you don't need necessarily more damage, I think opting for something like the Everfrost, even that I feel like provides more CC, provides more value, and just allows you to lock down targets for much longer than the Rocket Belt is going to do. So far, we'll have to see that ends up working out. Hasn't done too much yet, but looking at the items as well, you can see most of the first items starting to come on through top lane, jungle, and in the mid lane. For D.Wows, unfortunately, Lina not going to finish up her first item quite yet. Bot lane as well supports lacking that first item, but Usagin, without participating in the game whatsoever, still has found himself with a 10 CS lead in that bot lane. So it is just slight advantages all across the map for the side of Wacky Wraiths in the top lane, as well a little bit of a CS lead, which has netted them 400, 500 gold leads so far. Granted, not much 16 minutes into the game, but you can see Dutch again on an aggressive path.
Aggression indeed, as Elrat is forced to blow his flash in his own jungle. And it seems, I think this is one of the strengths of this Vitagen team. They will never back down from a fight, no matter the state of the game. Looks like Dutch gets control of the bot side jungle. Could see a potential dive here. I don't think the wave is appropriate for a dive, so I can imagine they will just back off for now.
Will back off for now, Usagin completely alone under that tower, but would be a very risky move, not knowing where Robbery is as well, the monkey being lost at the moment. And you can see the game coming down a little bit now, and Dutch again, as a player, when he does get his Graves, when it's not banned away, he likes to play so aggressive on this pick, because that's just his style. We saw him invade very early on that level 3 into the top side of Robbery. Ended up working out for them then, but it doesn't always work out as we have a fight in the bot lane.
Yeah, fight in the bot lane. Heal already used to getting themselves out. Jomi, low HP. Dutch might just finish him off here, as he is able to just get out with his life and teleports in, but just teleports to his death. Destiny Gate might be a little bit too late. He does teleport behind and to a safe position. Lina arriving now on the Orianna, so Vitagen probably would just back off here, and instead it's going to be Ant, the one training his teleport and his life. So a tiny victory for Wacky Wraiths. We'll see if Maze does land the knockup, and Josiah out of vision gets bonked on the head from Robbery. So 2 kills from this play going over to Wacky Wraiths. 17 minutes into the game, they are in control.
And you said Maze was the Sion connoisseur on the side of Wacky Wraiths, and that is exactly what he's showing us. Taking a look back at the replay, you can see the TP was just a little bit later on Ant, and it was on Maze, so it's a beautiful combo of the knockup into the Sion ultimate, and just nothing Ant can do at that point but just commit and pray, because the CC is so damn much, and this knockup, this Q out of Maze is just so good in the bush, as well as Jesse ends up falling at the back end of that fight. 0-2 so far. Red tower has been destroyed. First tower gold over to the bot lane of Wacky Wraiths. Mid lane tower actually ended up falling as well out of camera, and it does mean 2 towers down for the side of Vitagen, 3,000 gold down at this time. Second Herald is started up by Dutch, should be secured easily, but so far the map state does benefit the side of Wacky Wraiths.
Yeah, it definitely does. And one thing I'm going to point out right now, we talked about the David and Goliath situation in the mid lane. Lina is winning on farm. She has a 10 CS lead onto D.Wowzer, the 200 LP master player. I can't believe what I'm seeing, because, I mean, first of all, Lina, a substitute, not the main mid laner for Wacky Wraiths. hasn't done anything spectacular, but to be ahead of your counterpart, who is so much higher ranked than you, is an incredible achievement for her. So big shout outs to the Oriana.
I think definitely so. And when you're looking at a rank difference this big, I think if you go even in lane, that's a victory in itself.
Exactly.
Because you expect to sort of get crushed considering the elo difference we talked about earlier. And to me, I personally, TF as a champion, I think can be great. But if you put it on someone like Adiwauza, I would have liked to see something a little bit more aggressive to potentially exploit that rank difference in the mid lane. Twisted Fate is a champion that facilitates others through his ultimate. He's a champion that very much plays for the ultimate, plays for other people, plays for the side lanes, the gold card CC, which is something that maybe wasn't the right pick for South Vitagen, as Robbery is going to find Jesse in the jungle, should you be able to bump himself away with the plant. But so far, it is going to be the second Herald in the pocket of Dutch. Maybe try to secure this mid lane tower for yourself if you get the chance. Maybe one of these side lane towers, top lane tower going down would unlock and onto the map, which would be amazing. But 20 minutes into the game, Baron is on the table as well. So if either of these teams win a big team fight, you could see that getting snatched away very quickly as well.
Yeah, I have to agree. And speaking of Lina, I do want to add, I don't know if anyone knows, but actually a player with competitive pedigree. If anyone remembers, Wacky Wraiths were kind of split into two rosters, X and Y, and she was initially supposed to be the starting mid laner for the counterpart of this Wacky Wraiths team. So not a player to be taken lightly, and I have to feel D-Wowzer, one of those players who might underestimate his opponent here and maybe eating his own words in doing so. So yeah, big shout outs to Lina, and I mean, sometimes competitive experience has more value than simple LP or ELO numbers. As right now, Vitagen in a bit of a behind situation, but they're not exactly down and out of this game just yet.
Definitely not, and you can see some of the second items starting to come through as well. D-Wowzer with the double needlessly large rod in his inventory, very close to getting that death cap. Dutch already with the cleaver onto his second item, trying to get those steel caps finished as quickly as possible to combat some of the damage coming out of Robbery, out of Vitagen as well. It's gonna be, again, mid laners moving to the side lane like we are used to seeing, and Dutch, again, you can see on the minimap, even when our cameras are not on him, on the warpath, looking for these aggressive plays, aggressive invades into the enemy jungle. Elra trying to defy him off, trying to defend him off for now, saying, "This is my jungle, please do not enter," closing the door firmly shut. A Herald in the mid lane and should be able to secure this mid lane tier 1.
Yeah, should be able to, as yeah, very low HP to her, and the Herald doesn't actually quite finish it, but Dutch will land the final blow on that, securing themselves the mid lane turret, which is massive because it does mean Vitagen open up the map in a certain way. They don't have a mid lane turret of their own, but I think with a Twisted Fate on your team, you can move around and make these global plays a bit more than, well, I guess there's a silence, so maybe it's matched, but yeah, nice pickup for them, tiny victory, and well, this game has gotten really boring.
I think that also does mean that we can look at the small advantages around the map. I think when you go to a low state like this, it does show sort of the more macro side on these two teams and does show how they move around the map, as Casemates might be in a little bit of trouble. Dutch being around in the top side, but should be completely fine for now. And with the mid lane tower falling, it does mean the side of Wacky Wraith needs to be really, really careful in that mid lane, because you mentioned it earlier, Sovanix, as well, that the ability for TF to just catch any unaware members in that mid lane, if Vitagen is left alone even for a second, you can just have D-Wowzer press that ultimate button, press his buttons, and of course there is the spell shield on Vitagen with him being the Sivras. We have again the Rocket Belt tech in the bot lane. Shockwave.
Wait a minute, Lina! Guess the shockwave onto D-Wowzer! D-Wowzer having to flash away!
Hold on.
The ghost already popped. Robbery on the chase, and D-Wowzer almost getting solo killed by Lina in the bot lane! What an embarrassment that would have been for D-Wowzer as Lina showing up to this player here.
Lina showing up big and just completely outclassing D-Wowzer right there. D-Wowzer, like you said, not expecting the damage coming out of the Oriana, forced to pop the flash, forced to pop the ghost, and that is really bad for the side of Vitagen because it limits the catch ability so much on the wows and not be able to sort of pass that ghost and that flash and gold card to potentially CC somebody. You can try to play for the top tower here if you are case mates, but Dragon spawning up in 40 seconds, trying to make his way down towards that bot side, but the wows are going to have no sums in this fight. Ultimate is going to be available, but I don't know about this build. You're building Rocket build into Rabadon's when you can see that he's not really, despite having Rabadon second, doing any damage whatsoever. The gold card went onto Lina and sort of just tickled her a little bit, and then she pressed Shockwave and tickled Diwaza a lot more. But Diwaza might be in trouble in the mid lane. He has to use the ultimate to get on out. He's in trouble.
Yeah, he's in trouble indeed. No summoner spells available as he's going to get jumped on by K's Maze. Knockup going to get cancelled by the gold card. Very good played. Well played by the Twisted Fate for now. And Ant is going to provide some support. Gold card onto the Scion as the fight breaks out. The Renata ultimate isn't going to land onto any essential members. But who's going to pop off in the back line? It's a beautiful shockwave coming up from landing onto members as the shutdowns come through. Lena gonna take out Dutch in the fight. Case May still alive, gonna provide some support to the Orianna as she's gonna try and chase out two members of Vitagen all by herself, and the bot lane of Wacky Wraiths chasing Ant, but instead chasing themselves towards that Dragon Soul as the Chemtech Drake now will be the focus for that.
Lena takes out absolutely everybody in the back line. The shockwave onto so many members. It is the rest of the Vitagen members just licking their lips, trying to get away from the absolute death ball that is Lina at the moment, tearing the rift apart and looking back at the fight. You can see Divas already have health even before the fight begins. The Cyclone is so good onto two, and Lina just makes the aggressive play into the backline. Gets a great shockwave and left to on his own device. It just gets autoed down by usage in the rest of the members, Elrat and Case Maze, as well as providing the support. And Jesse and Diwaza just left to run away, left to see the rest of the team die. Baron not gonna be picked up here this time around, but Dragon gonna be secured. It does put Wacky Wraiths onto Soul Point 4 now, and Robbery looking for another engage onto Usagen.
Yeah,
Jesse?
Josiah getting caught out, having to use the quickness to get to the safety of his team. Which means no Wukong ultimate, but it was traded for the Wukong ultimate. Robbery will secure the Scuttle Crab onto the Baron, which is essential, meaning it's going to be a lot more difficult for Vitagen to enter, because if you do, this can happen as Dutch now getting jumped on by Elrat. The handshake is good, and the shockwave is going to catch Josiah. Destiny Kick comes in as D-Wowzer has now entered into that team fight. Renata ultimate just going to land onto Jeremy for now. No members dropped just yet, but a lot of trades of key abilities. Case Maze landing a slow onto Jeremy, trying to walk forward to get a knockup. Just going to be the first part of the queue, so the slow only, and it will just be a back off for now. Just a trade of spells, as no casualties taken for either team.
A lot of cooldowns burned, but like you said, no deaths for either side. The shockwave a little bit early there. I feel like could have held that a little bit longer for some more pressure, but luckily no one ends up falling. And again, you gotta wonder whether the quickness is worth the Cyclone. In my opinion, the Cyclone is such a useful tool in these team fights. It's basically 3 knockups in of itself, while the quickness is a little bit of a charm, giving Jesse a little bit more of a playmaking tool. So I think, in my opinion, when you're talking about the Cyclone for the quickness, it's a trade you are willing to take. A great hostile takeover out of Elrat as well. You can see he could have probably got a 3-man hostile takeover there, probably 2-man, but he knows the value of it if it does end up hitting Jomi. So holds on to it and ends up hitting the Ashe, because he knows if he can hit Jomi, it'll be great damage onto the other members. Whereas if you can hit, sure, you might get 3-men, but if it's the Rakanus, I might have to hold the thought of 1v1 in the bot lane and getting Case Maze very low.
Yeah, K's Maze brought to low HP, and Ant still playing aggressive as Lina is actually going to take the life of D-Wowzer in the top lane, and this Twisted Fate is having a bit of a rough game with this funky build as he's going to drop. Not really using this rocket belt to much avail. I'm still a bit baffled as to what this build is supposed to do, as the fight in the bot lane still going on. Ant now losing all his mana. Case Maze still having some... Oh, actually, just as I say that, he uses the W and loses his entire mana pool. I can't help but feel this is a bit of a wet noodle fight as the tanks just like press buttons on each other. But nonetheless, Wacky Wraiths get a turret in the top lane. And yeah, once again, Lina getting the kill onto D-Wowzer there. See, Robbery got the assist. But this Orianna is putting in a performance.
Definitely so, and it is all about those stacks onto the grasp of Undying, my friend, as Dutch is gonna pull your moves.
Dutch. Yeah, trying to look for this Orianna here. The Shockwave is going to bring the Graves down to half HP. I don't know if Graves wins this, actually, as he gets some support. But Lena just going to solo kill Dutch off the map. D-Wowzer doing not that much damage as the blue card is going to secure himself the shutdown. But here comes reinforcements. Case Maze with the Scion, the unstoppable onslaught, followed up with the Cyclone. TF is brought to low HP, and just a crystal arrow is going to land right into the eyes of Case Maze. But it's going to be absolutely useless because this Scion hasn't lost an ounce of HP. Robbery going to finish off the Twisted Fate and using the all out to try and finish off Robbery. But here comes the bailout, and Vitagen landing the final blade into the Ricard, meaning that he stays alive, gets the kill onto Ant, and it's going to be Vitagen. They're going down. Jomi does get the shutdown onto the Sivir, but it's going to be the team fight win going into the hands of Wacky Wraiths.
Jomi ends up getting a kill back on the back and big shutdown for him, but the fight absolutely blows up in front of us. As you can see, it all starts with Dutch trying to catch Lina in the bush back in, but Dutch bites off more than he can chew. Lina ends up getting the kill. It is granted a 1-for-1 at the end of the day with D-Wowzer. Finally, his Rocket Ball does something, I guess, but in this situation ends up picking up Lina, and it just coincides from that. You can see Case Maze with a great ultimate onto D-Wowzer right there. Ends up living just because of the enchanted crystal arrow and just runs away. Then Elrad finds himself in the mix, and at the end, Vitagen hops in, gathers up a few kills for himself, ends up getting shut down by Jomi at the end of the day, but Dutch has flash, Dutch has smite, he could go for the steal.
Could go for the steal. This is going to be so important for Wacky Wraiths because they get this. That's the Chemtech Soul in their hands. Dutch trying to look for entry into the Dragon Pit, but Robbery playing this absolutely perfectly for now. He is going to secure the Dragon. Dutch already jumped in. He does have the flash available, but doesn't get it off in time. Killing spree in for the Wukong, and the attention to the Baron with the jungler of Vitagen down is going to be there for Wacky Wraiths. Dasa. Vitagen were the favourites going into this matchup, and it appears like they are no longer the favourites in game one because Wacky Wraiths, they get themselves the Dragon Soul, and they are looking to get themselves the Baron buff.
And so then it's a little bit confusing because the Vitagen we've seen up until now has had so much success when Dutch locks in Graves, so much success when Jomi gets his Ashe, when we get Ant on these sort of fighter top laners. K'Sante, yes, is a tank, but I'm calling him a fighter just because he can turn all that armor and resistances. Yeah, he's like he's like Ornn, you know, he's like an assassin, AP, bruiser, mage, AD type thing. But so far, he's unstoppable assault on the bot lane.
It's fine. He's got rocket bells. He can live this.
He's got tack.
Okay, he will just use the flash instead, but he is still under threat as Blue Trinket is going to spot out this Twisted Fate. He will go to safety as a potential fight breaking out in the mid lane as Elrat gets some damage on top of him. Jomi now under threat from Case Maze. The quickness is going to come out to try and save this Ashe here, but instead, the bot lane of Vitagen, they are under threat. Robbery trying to look for something, does not use the ultimate to get any knockouts as they understand the assignment. Push in this Baron buff minion wave, get this mid lane turret, and Wacky Wraiths, they're trying to make their bid for game one.
Trying to get game one under their belt. Currently a 4,000 gold for them. Dutch looking for a tower on the top side. Case Maze with Unstoppable Onslaught.
Oh, he's going to land the damage, but not the knockup. He gets the knockoff of the Q. Dutch is going to dash over the wall, so will get himself to safety and get himself a Gromp in the meantime. But for Vitagen, they are trying to defend this Baron buffed up wave in the mid lane, and instead, it's going to be Lina fighting Ant on the bot lane, and we'll see what this Orianna can do. A stellar game so far from her, as you will be able to defend the K'Sante's push on the side lane. Does not have teleport available, so if a fight breaks out, won't be able to supply any support, but instead, Robbery, he's got his eyes set onto Dutch here. Destiny Gate is going to be used here. It's going to be on top of Vitagen, and now D-Wowzer, that's not probably the best play you can make here, as you are a Rocket Belt TF. You're instead just going to stun card your own teammate. What on earth are you doing? That was one of the worst hitfalls I've ever in my life. As instead, Vitagen, they drop 3 members, and the push comes through. This could be the end of the game.
And the hostile takeover is so big out of Elrad. 3 people getting caught by Devos, like you said, ends up gold carding his own team, but you are looking at the Nexus Towers, they could end the game.
This could be the end of the game here as Wacky Wraiths now taking down one turret. The second turret is gone. Dodge is the only one left to defend and hasn't even recalled. And that's going to be game one into the hands of Wacky Wraiths. What can you say, the favorites of this matchup, because you've just lost the first one?
Vitagen end up getting taken out in game one, and I gotta look critically at the draft here because I think you highlighted it many times. So it's the Twisted Fate just not really doing a whole lot. We saw, I think, in my opinion, more defensive ghosts, more defensive flashes than we saw aggressive ones. Which is when you're playing TF, you want to look for the flash gold cards onto those carries. But the Sivir as well being a great pick into the Twisted Fate with the spell shield, you just cannot gold card this AD carry. And then when you gold card any of the other carries, you got Rabadons, you got the Rocket Belt, and then you just bonk them for about 30 HP, and then they're just sitting there like, well, hang on, this doesn't actually do anything. And then just turn around, wreck your entire team. And Wacky Wraiths looking very strong in game number one.
Looking really, really good. And I want to shout out basically every player from Wacky Wraiths Robbery. That was the best game I've seen from him this split. K's Maze on his signature Scion, showing the world, well, not the world, let's not get crazy here, showing the SLE community why you do not give this guy his one trick. And Vitagen in the bot lane. This guy's auto-filling AD carry. Did you see his CS per minute? I believe at one point it was 288 CS at 27 minutes. Playing like Chovy in the bot lane over here. And of course, Alina. This is one of the largest elo differences we'll find this split. 200 LP Master up against an Emerald 2 player. And Alina, I have to say, mid-diff. Like, that was night and day the better performer in that game. And Data, I believe we will be having a quick break before we head into game two. But before that, who is your MVP of that game?
I think my MVP has to go to Robbery. I think the way he influenced that game, the way he influenced the early game as well, the Cyclones in the mid and the late game, 9-3-6 is what he ends the game on. You're looking at 18 kills for the side of Wacky Wraiths, and you're looking at Robbery being a part of 15 of those kills. He was there every step of the way for his team and just ends up making such a big difference. For me, Robbery gets my MVP of game one. But again, like you said, Sovanik, shout out to the entire Wacky Wraiths crew. I think everyone had a great game for themselves. But who do you think you would give MVP of game one to? Do you think you agree, or do you think it goes to somebody else?
I will have to agree with you because Robbery played a stellar game. That was probably the least impactful I have seen Dutch's Graves being this whole split. Dutch's Graves has looked like an absolute menace. It's torn apart some of the best teams we have here, but not against Robbery's Wukong, as he put in a stellar performance there. And yeah, it's time for us to go to a short break as we will return for game two very, very soon. Do not go anywhere.
Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime and know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order.
Oh, whoa. 1-0 to Wacky Wraiths. Daysha. What a first game, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as game two is on the horizon. And after that first game, we've already shared our predictions. Are you gonna change your opinion?
I wish I could. I wish I could. I think Vitagen tend to, when they lose game one, not really come out on top. And like you said, I think Robert did a fantastic job last game of shutting down Dutch's Graves. And even with the early invade, Robbery was not phased, ended up dying in his own jungle at level 3 due to the help of Ant, and still ends up having the mentality to be like, he's okay, we move on, ends up making the comeback. And that top lane as well going to the way of K's mates ends up the game with a CS lead of his own. And I personally, I'm expecting for potentially the Sion to get banned, potentially the Wukong to get banned, but I think Orianna is such a strong champion at the moment that I think if you're not first pick, you have to ban it away. And like you said, Vitagen on a lot of their comfort picks in game one, the Graves, the Ashe, even the Cassante, but I think there was a lot of comfort on the side of Wacky Wraiths, as well the Sion, as well as Orianna, as well as the Sivir are usage. So a lot of comfort all around it. I'm expecting for potentially for some of that to be taken away.
Yeah, and well, draft adaptations. I mean, we initially get the game two draft on our screens already, and I have to agree with everything you've said. But one thing I see is D Wowzer. You know, you mentioned I think at some point in the last game you want to see him on more aggressive picks into this lower ranked mid laner, and he's gone for the Yone. It is locked in for him. One of his best champions is Lena does go for the Annie, so they will have a fantastic setup with this Jarvan Sion combo. Speaking of Sion, K's Maze once again getting that one trick as you know, with the first game, there were some punishment bans that were taken away from both teams this time around. Every single ban is up and ready, so that Orianna is taken off.
The Orianna is taken off, and it is a very interesting draft. I feel like coming from both sides, because if we look at Vitagen to begin with, Dutch is known for his Graves. Dutch is known for these aggressive picks. This time it's the Rel, which is, in my opinion, a little bit uncharacteristic coming out from the jungler of Vitagen, and I would love to see how it ends up working out. But I am loving the draft of Vitagen, even if it is Dutch on Rel, because I said, like you said, Sovanix, put the Wowza on something aggressive, make the elo difference in the mid lane really show. And it's the Yone for the Wowza. Yone is such a strong champion at the moment as well. Yes, it is into the Annie. Annie is great at nullifying these aggressive lanes, because whenever you jump in, you get cued into the face. She has her force stack, you get stunned, and then she shows just laughs away and says tee hee, and then you just end up being the one who takes damage. You kind of stand there being stunned, look a little bit silly, and then you just have to back on away. I think it's a great pick coming out from the side of Wacky Wraiths, and like you said, paired up alongside the Jarvan, great setup there. But I love the side of I love the draft on the side of Vitagen.
I really do. I think it works really well into the champions of Wacky Wraiths. As well, I hope we will be ready to head straight into this game two here, because I think one thing about the Cassante last game is the early game went so well for Ant, but I don't know too much about the Sion Cassante matchup, but you know, it's tank versus tank. This time around, he does have a Gwen into the Sion. Gwen, one of the best champions up against chunky top laners, and he will have the Gwen in his hands this time around. So I can imagine, keep your eyes on Ant to see if he pulls out a stellar performance here, because if top lane goes as aggressively as it did last game, the way these two champions worked, I can imagine Ant completely blowing over this game.
And I mean, Sovanix, you mentioned the Gwen. Not only is this Gwen, but this is Ant's Gwen. This is something we've seen ton of times into these tank matchups, and it is something that Ant generally knows how to pilot and generally ends up normally coming out on top. As well, a great tornado onto Jomi to start things off, ends up getting poked a little bit, has to back away from the bush. Elrad already showing how good and proficient he is on the Janna, but you can see as well on side of Vitagen, they just have so much damage coming out from their comp. Varus being so strong when you pair it on hit with enchanters as well. Lulu this time around going to be paired up with the Varus. And on the other side, like you said, great picks into the comp of Wacky Wraiths, the Gwen into the Sion, as well as in the mid lane, Yone into the Annie, which can be so good if you get some help from your jungler. There's a lot of CC there that you can use to set up into with the Rel into the Annie. If you can get Dutch into that mid lane, if you can get Diwabza a little bit ahead, Yone is one of those champions where even with 1 kill, even with 2 kills, can completely tear up the rift, as you see both junglers starting on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, I think junglers will probably match each other. I think Rel and Jarvan, two junglers that are more utility and facilitating style of jungling. Very different to what we saw last game of the Wukong into the graves. This one's a full setup, engage the team fight, not the star of the show. So, and I think based off last game, obviously we all know Dutch as a player who is the star of the show. Robbery doesn't follow the exact same storyline as Dutch does in that sense, but definitely performed to that standard. So going for the double facilitator, as you can see already, Ant is playing so aggressive into K's maze, being brought down to low HP. The wave already under the turret. But one thing I want to talk about is Wacky Wraith's draft here. If this was their former AD carry playing this game right now, it would all make sense. But with an autofilled AD carry, you're putting a lot of eggs into one basket, into a player who's not that familiar with the role. What do we think about that?
I think it is a little risky, especially when you're looking at so much damage from the other side. I personally don't like sort of single carry comps when you look at them, just because if that one member ends up falling behind, it's really difficult to play. And you're also putting a lot of pressure onto that one member, especially when you are in such a role as the AD carry, when you don't really have the tankiest champions in the world to be piloting. ADCs are known for being notoriously squishy, so you're putting a lot of cards onto Usagin, and Dutch, despite being on the rail, already looking for the invade.
Yeah, looking for an evade, and it looks like it's gonna... Oh, gosh. Well, they'll get the crab. At least said that. Well, smite it away. They might look for a catch onto Robbery. Yeah, it's crazy because, you know, it's fine. Wowza gonna jump forward, and actually Dutch might land this stun. It is under the enemy turret, so Lina will be safe for now, and it probably is a double crab take now for this rel. Despite the hiccup there over the wall, it will be actually ending up in a overall win for him. Looking at the mini-map, it looks like he skipped the Krug camp to make sure he's faster on tempo, getting himself both crabs, so the jungler for Vitagen will be happy with that.
Will be happy, and yeah, Dutch with a little bit of an oopsie-whoopsie in that top side. If he was on Graves right there, definitely would have made it over the wall, but on the realm, not as long of a jump range. You can see Robert is around on his Krugs, on the Krugs of his own. Dutch looking for anything in the bot lane. This could get hairy.
Yeah, this could indeed, as immobile champions here on Wacky Wraiths getting flanked by Dutch. A beautiful tornado is going to interrupt the stun, but the Q is going to land, so Elrak gets rooted up and brought to low HP. Oh, gosh. Sejin is going to keep fighting the bot lane. Dutch walking forward, landing another Q onto Elrak, but instead, Robbery is going to arrive into the fight to try and turn the tide of this one. Dutch now being brought to low HP. The jungler of Wacky Wraith trying to get first blood. He's going to flash forward. Great stun coming out from the Rel, and a beautiful knockup coming up from Robbery. It's going to be first blood going into the hands of the Jarvan. Jomi's going to fall to Sejin, and Wacky Wraith get everything they want.
Wacky Wraiths end up taking the fight in the early game, and Dutch overplaying his hand a little bit there. You can see the side of Vitagen just not having enough damage to pull it off, and despite burning everything on Elrak, the polymorph, the CC, he just ends up walking out, burns the flash a little bit later on, and Dutch ends up getting turned on. It was great target selection coming up from the side of Wacky Wraiths. End up killing Jesse. Dutch ends up living, yes, but both of the bot laners fall. One kill onto Robbery, one kill onto Usagin. First blood going to the Jarvan. If both kills went onto Usagin, it would have been absolutely perfect, I think, but we have a 2v2 kill in the bot lane.
Yeah, it appears that the bot lane of Wacky Wraiths didn't get the reset off. Alright, we'll get punished for that. So, I'm not sorry, not booting that, guys. Whoop, my bad. Hey man, I saw a Wacky Wraiths jinx, you know. I'm just saying. Vitagen, only just now getting that recall in, will get the Berserker Greaves and 2 long swords. But a kill going into the hands of Josiah, so they'll be slightly happier considering the state of the bot lane before. Right now, Wacky Wraiths ahead of this game. I want to remind you, last game Vitagen won early, lost the game. Wacky Wraiths have won the early game.
Yeah, I mean that's what we saw yesterday as well.
Thoughts?
Right?
True.
In the matchup, we saw anyone who won the early game just ended up losing the game.
Don't win early. Shutdown gold was too OP.
You know, it's the bait, right? It's the mental thing where
Exactly.
you see the shutdown gold, you end up chasing for it, and then you're like, there's so much gold influx, and it's a mentality gap.
Yeah, you get more confidence because you're like, oh, well, if I kill him, I get 700 gold, so it's kind of worth it, you know what I mean? Vitagen get themselves first dragon, despite their bot lane being behind, so a great win for them. And the pan over to the top lane here, and Kazme still getting barreled down by Anton the Gwen here. The Wows are getting a knock up onto Lina. This is the aggression that we wanted coming out from the man in the mid lane for Vitagen. The Annie is struggling up against the Yone here, and speaking of matchups, this is definitely one in favor of the Yone. It's very, very difficult for Annie to out DPS this one half of the Wind Brothers. Yeah, and is this the sort of playstyle that we really wanted to see from Dwazza up against Lina here?
I think definitely so. When you're looking at the mid lane here, compare this to the mid lane we saw in game 1 as well. Bit of a bear down that's gonna be for the first strike goal,
Yeah,
you know?
hold on a minute. Yes, D-Wows are being brought to low HP. Can we take a moment to commend Lina's performance so far this series against D-Wowser? No hesitation and pure confidence exuberating from the substitute mid laner of Wacky Wraiths. I heard a Scion ultimate get used, but no one's dead, so I'm assuming Kazme has used that defensively on Unstoppable Onslaught, not available, but Robbery and Kazme's now making their bid onto a kill onto the Gwen. No flash available, no ghost either, and now the Gwen getting knocked up, brought to low HP, Cataclysm dropped onto the head of Ant, and the Dutch save is gonna come through, and does fall in the end, but it's a 1-for-1 for now, and when you take a look at how this play was looking at the start of this, it's not too bad for them. D-Wowser pushing in Lina in the mid lane here. The wave is not healthy enough for D-Wowser to execute any form of a dive, so it will just be the back off, and now Vitagen contesting some kills on the top side.
Contesting kills, contesting Rift Herald as well. You can see it was started up. Elrad going to be around. D-Wowser looking for something aggressive, but again, the wave not being his friend at the moment. Robbery is in the top side. Remember, no Cataclysm, no Scion ultimate, no cooldowns.
No Cataclysm available for this Java, and D-Wowser gets knocked up from the Janet Tornado. Does have the Fate Sealed available, but it's gonna be the Smite Seal coming up from Robbery. He's trying to get that Rift Herald pickup, does just about get it, and he might just get out as well. D-Wowser using the E, what can he do? The stone coming in from the Annie, and now Kazme has arrived to the fight. Robbery doesn't land a knock up onto anyone, but Ant now on the Gwen, arriving. The knock up from Kazme doesn't quite find a target, as Ant gonna drop the W. The Hallowed Mist is going to protect him from any incoming damage, but instead, Wacky Wraiths will just evacuate out to safety, and the knock-up coming in from Kazme's Robbery. Oh my god, Super Mega Death Rocket landing from bot lane, but it will just be the buck off now, but with Rift Herald stolen away from Robbery, this is a win for Wacky Wraiths.
It's a win for Wacky Wraiths. Seeing a lot of global ultimates today. Reach the top lane all the way from bot lane. You can see D-Wowser again looking for aggressive things in the mid lane. Dodge is gonna be around. I feel like they're not done quite yet.
Yeah, well, he gets spotted out by the ward, so the gank does not get executed. And instead, it will just be the recalls, and you can take this replay.
And just the steal is great. Coming out of Robbery here. Ends up picking up the eye as well.
Oh my god, replay cut short as the fight breaking out in mid lane. Dodge, I can see he's blown his flash, and the Tibbers was used defensively to protect her support from danger, as D-Wowser will just shove the wave in back out. Alina does have teleport available, so this is an absolutely fine trade, and it will just be the ceasefire for now. As well, We pan over to top lane and they're fighting again as Ant going to use the needlework. Mana is very low and the unstoppable onslaught will get used defensively once again. And we saw last game how valuable this ultimate was for K's maze, but this game against Ant Gwen only used to escape.
And I think you're perfectly fine using it to escape. When you look at the matchup as a whole, Jomi's getting a little bit low here. Remember, Super Death Rocket is going to be available as well. Jomi, I feel like, needs to be a little bit careful because if one more zap doesn't land, the shield keeps him alive.
Yeah, Josiah arriving in bot lane, but a beautiful combo, meaning that Robbery gets the Cataclysm off onto the Varus. Jomi's life is taken away from him, and now Josiah is on the run. Teleport coming in. This is going to be the Yone. Josiah now going to be able to survive. Yone using the E defensively, but there are traps on top of him. Can he get the timing right? Does have the knockup available. He's going to flash away beautifully, getting himself back onto the minion wave. D-Wowzer does have Fate Sealed, and it's going to land onto 3 members. That's beautifully played, and a great ultimate coming out from Melrat to protect his carries, as it will just be in their back off. For now, Robbery got the Herald down, so turret plates going over to the side of Wacky Wraiths. D-Wowzer trying to look to play even more aggressively, but it won't amount to anything, as it will just be the back off at Wacky Wraiths. Survive for now, get themselves some turret plates, but they will have to give up this dragon.
D-Wowzer's TP was great in response to the play of the Wacky Wraiths, and Dragon, like you said, gonna go over to Vitagen this time, or around 2 Drakes already for them, but great awareness. It was the Fate Sealed hitting all 3 members to provide that extra CC. Not enough items in the pocket of D-Wowzer to pick up any kills there quite yet, even with the multi-man Fate Seal, but Case Maze, no ultimate, needs to be a little bit careful here, and might like to play this aggressive, but is gonna back on away. And yeah, Case Maze, in my opinion, I think they did a wonderful job in this matchup, as he's getting chased down by Ant here, gonna pop the Conqueror as well. But the defensive ultimates, I think, have been great. Your entire job here is to just live CS, farm up, and just try to be as useful to your team as you can in those later fights. And I think Case Maze doing a great job of doing just that, not dying yet, and even being even in kills.
Yeah, master of his craft. You can tell on the Scion here, up against Ant on the Gwen. Very difficult matchup, and he's holding his own. Every time the camera does pan up to the top lane, Kazemaze is playing very, very defensive. But the trick here, as you said, is to survive, as there's a potential bid onto the top lane. Robbery going to Cataclysm out, and on the Gwen. Needlework still available there. It's going to get used up onto Robbery. Knock-up landing from the jungler of Wacky Race, and it's going to be Ant being taken down, but a fight in the bot lane breaking out, meaning that Elrat is going to lose his life. Usage now under the turret and up against 4 Vitagen members. This Jinx is going to fall. No summoner spells available, and the kill credit going over to D-Wowzer. The Yone is on the board, and this is going to be a massive play for Vitagen in the bot lane.
There's plays being made all over the place. Firstly, the play in the top lane, great gank coming out from the side of Wacky Wraiths onto and almost gets a kill for himself, but just ends up falling with a great sidestep coming out from Robbery, just running out of the snip range, and ends up living as well as Casemate, taking a little bit away out of these crimes. Bot lane, meanwhile, a little bit of a dive onto the bot lane of Wacky Wraiths. Usage and Elrat both end up falling, and a great response from coming out from the side of Vitagen. You can see they said, look, if they're gonna make a play in the top side, we're gonna make a play in the bot side. We're gonna get 2 for 1 here, and we're gonna get the entire meal deal and get better off of it.
Yeah, and speaking of meal deals, D-Wowzer getting the full combo onto Alina. Great stasis coming out from the Annie, meaning that she will be safe for now. You can see Dutch hanging around in the wings. D-Wowzer does not have the Fate Suit available, but instead Dutch is going to dive aggressively onto the Annie. Beautiful flash to safety, as Dutch is going to get jumped on by Tibbers. That bear is doing big damage. D-Wowzer now in a 1 versus 1 against Robbery. Tibbers has been recalled back to the hands of Lina, but instead D-Wowzer gets the support of Josiah, and now getting a kill onto the Jarvan. This Yone is popping off and getting the gold in. Blade of the Ruin King up against Jarvan does so much damage, and D-Wowzer on the Yone, much better performance this game.
Definitely so, and this is why I wanted him on something as aggressive as the Yone, because when you put this man on something that can do the damage, that can do the plays, he can definitely do some more work than the Rocket Belt TF ended up doing. And already as well, you can see a little bit of a confusing re-engage coming up from Robbery right there because he ended up making it out, but just jumps back in for really no reason. I guess Elrat was coming out from the bot lane, but the lonely Janna up against 3, even with the ultimate, really can't do much in that situation and ends up not just donating himself over to Vitagen and says, here, have a gift, but even kills with Wacky Wraiths ahead by about 1,500 gold. Vitagen ahead by 2 dragons, and both teams have win cost to play for.
Both teams definitely do have win conditions, as right now I do have to say Vitagen with 2 dragons in their pockets does kind of mean that this sort of gold lead or gold deficit that they're in is a little bit equated out with those extra stats. But I'm taking a look at the scaling here, and I am in heavy favor of Vitagen here, just because Anton the Gwen up against this team composition will run rampant once those items come in. As now Lena, no flash, and Dutch playing aggressive once again, didn't opt to use the flash engage as Unstoppable Onslaught. I guess that was used to try and see if he could protect any of his teammates. This dragon is going to be really important, Dasa, because it is the sole point for Vitagen if they get it.
It is the sole point. You can see both teams already posturing up down towards the bot river as you say that. The Wowza.
Oh, Wowza being brought to low HP, but does get the kill. Credit onto the Jinx. Usejin, that's the big damage dealer of Wacky Race, not available for this team fight. Wowza now pursuing forward with the rest of his team. He locks himself into our rampage, and now the fight is going to continue breaking out. Maze has arrived to try and do what he can, but that's only a Scion, but a strong Scion at that, so doesn't lose too much HP. But Vitagen, this fight breaking out, taking down the Jinx, meaning they will get themselves the soul point.
Will get themselves the soul point, and like you said, this fight is so crucial for them to win, end up taking it, and this is what we were talking about earlier on into draft as well. Usaging gets caught very, very early on, even before the fight begins. YD Wowza, who granted is having a fantastic game for himself, 4-0-1 on the Yone, but gets shot down by the Jinx.
Yeah, Usejin picking up a massive shutdown onto the Yone, meaning massive amounts of gold into the pocket of this Jinx is going to be big. They did lose themselves that dragon, and it's going to be key for Vitagen to hold on to this game. They are still behind. Jomi now low mana, being jumped on by Robbery onto his mid lane turret. Josiah and Dutch trying to get there in time, but they won't, and instead Dutch will just get the kill onto Robbery. So 1-for-1 for now. Josiah brought to low HP. Unstoppable Onslaught was used, but it wasn't used for the mid lane. As you can see already, HP bars low for the Scion. I mean, I'm assuming Ant pursued some form of duel. And instead, it will just be 1-for-1 in the mid lane, but Lena does get a turret in the top lane.
Lena does get a turret. As soon as I praise Wowza, as soon as I say this man is having a great game, he's like, let me do a little bit of inting in the mid lane. Gives a great shutdown over to Usaging. A lot of gold into the pocket of the Jinx in this situation, which, like I was trying to say earlier, not personally want to be giving gold over to. You can see the comp of Wacky Race heavily relies on this Jinx. The second Usaging fell in that earlier fight, really just no damage coming out from anyone except maybe Maze, but even the Scion, like you said, someone as strong as he is, not strong enough to 1v4 the members on the side of Village. And the longer the game goes on, the more items in the pocket of Ant, the more he's gonna do damage, the more the true damage is going to hurt, and the harder time Maze is going to have to play the game, even with the force of nature in his inventory.
Yeah, really tough situation here, and Ant is slowly getting those items in. Already has the Riftmaker completed. You can see the Maze has done such a stellar job up against Ant here, but it's slowly getting more and more difficult. And Gwen is one of those champions that does so well into resistances. So the more items that Maze builds, it does make it more difficult for the Yone. Maybe more difficult for the Varus, but for the Gwen, not too much more difficult, as you see Wowza trying to push out that top lane and defense will come through. But yeah, Dasa, so far Vitagen's still in a gold deficit, but with these dragons mounting up, do you feel like if they get themselves this mountain soul, it would be so difficult for Wacky Wraiths?
I feel like the Mountain Soul is going to make a huge difference, and especially when you're looking at double Mountain Drake alongside the Mountain Soul, giving those extra resistance to someone like Dutch, to someone like Ant, who is already gonna beat up Case Maze in the side lane at later stages of the game, gonna help out so much. And you can see both teams portion on the top side for this Baron as well. And I do want to highlight, as I might not have the time to, Ant is gonna go in for the power.
Wait a minute, Ant trying to go for that turret, but instead being brought down to low HP as Case Maze cleared out the wave, used the unstoppable onslaught on to the Gwen, and a beautiful super mega death rocket is going to bring Ant to low HP, but Gwen doing Gwen things with the needlework, playing around that perfectly, and Ant is going to get that solo McBolo despite getting hit by the max range super mega death rocket onto the side.
It was so damn close in that bot lane and ends up falling solo. Should be able to gather the bot lane tower off the back end of that as well. I do want to highlight again, which is what I was trying to say earlier before Ant chose to go absolutely ballistic in that bot lane, the vision control on the side of Vitagen. If you look at the top side river, it is all red. There is very little blue outside of that one ward, outside the brush, right outside the Baron pit. So definitely the vision control, you can see great coming up from Vitagen. And this is what you get when you have so many veterans on your team who's been playing together for as long as they have. There's the natural synergy there as Dutch ends up missing the Shattering Strike onto the red buff. You know, these things sometimes happen to the best of us, but still something what I wanted to highlight before the wards ended up disappearing. Great vision control out of Vitagen.
Yeah, fantastic. And well, this kill onto Ant, I can't stress the stipulations for this. Case Maze has been standing his ground for this whole game, but finally Ant breaks through to the Cylon. 2 items now completed on the Gwen. You can see it already, playing as aggressive and confident as he is, and doing so much damage. The Tibbers is used offensively as Lina is forced to flash away. Ant and Josiah will fight 2 versus 3, but now Dutch has arrived into the team fight. And teleport coming in for the Scion, meaning that D-Wowzer has a free top lane to push. This is going to be massive for the Yone. And he teleports into mid lane and sends it straight all the way back to top lane as he realizes, I'm losing a tier 2. And Scion and Yone now will break out into 1v1, but the camera focus onto this dragon because this is going to be essential. And playing with the waves perfectly, D-Wowzer shoving in that top wave. Scion, no teleport available for this dragon. This is going to be Dragon Soul if Vitagen get this. So this is massive. Wacky Wraiths do not have their tank available to join this team fight. And you can see single carry threat for Wacky Wraiths on the Jinx. Yusejin, focus on you, Robbery. What can you do? Can you steal away this objective? Teleport coming in. D-Wowzer going to be able to arrive to the objective. And Dutch playing defensively. Polymorph, beautiful coming out from Josiah. The smite steal this time going into the hands of Dutch, which means Mountain Soul secured. And now looking for a flank onto Wacky Wraiths, but he knows mid-wave is going to be the focus. There is no jungler available for Wacky Wraiths, and this could be the Baron buff for Vitagen.
Robber has done it before. This time he does not get to do it again. In the Herald play earlier, Dragon Soul ends up going over to Vitagen. A Baron in play as always. Robbery jumping in. Polymorph from Jesse ended up keeping it at bay for so long. Was absolutely beautiful. But now Baron on the card.
Oh my god, D-Wowzer landing a beautiful engage combination into the Wacky Wraiths team comp, but Dutch finds a 3-man ultimate, and the team fight has unleashed for Vitagen as Wacky Wraiths member after member is dropping 3 down. Robbery has only just spawned. Case Maze next to follow. The zombie Scion isn't going to do anything, and Robbery is going to be the lonely Wacky Wraiths member alive as Vitagen take their attention onto the Baron buff, and it looks like they're running away with this game.
GG, that you gotta admit, that's a hard blow to come back from on the side of the Wacky Wraiths. And again, this is what I was talking about with the Mountain Soul. It is so damn difficult. He was with a great Fate Seal to start us off with. Elrad getting a lot of the members on the side of Vitagen, very high HP with the ultimate, but the Magnet Storm out of Dutch. So damn great usage and left on his own. Case Maze, the big beefy man in the top lane, is nothing if there are no carries, if there is no damage, ends up falling as well. And this is why it is so difficult to play, because the pure damage out of the side of Vitagen. And this is why I wanted D-Wows on something else, because you compare this to the Twisted Fate in that game one, it is like night and day. The Fate Shield has been so good this game and used so efficiently.
He is playing this Yone to absolute perfection. 3 items into his inventory right now. And it looks like Vitagen, they are in cruise control of this game. And for Wacky Wraiths here, Deza, what do you think their conditions are to get back into this?
I think you need to find a way to keep Vitagen alive, as we have a little bit of a scuffle in the bot side.
Yeah, Dodge finding himself in a sticky situation, but with it chunky items in his inventory and a Lulu to shield him up, will just about lose maybe 200 HP at most, and he is safe. And I think the problem there, that was an attempt to catch out the Rel. He barely lost an ounce of HP. This is a sticky situation here for Vitagen and D-Wowzer, pushing in that Baron buff minion wave in the top lane, and already getting a turret in the bot lane. Potential dive breaking out here as Robbery trying to get an engage onto Jomi. He's going to flash away to safety, and Dutch now providing the support. K's Maze now using the unstoppable onslaught. Anton Wowzer just going to continue pushing the side lanes, and with the Scion now arriving to the team fight, that means there's no defense onto these side waves. Lina is the only one attending this push coming out from the solo lane as a Vitagen. Wacky Wraith, they're just giving everything. The base is in shatters. One Nexus turret already taken down, the next one to follow, and it looks like Wacky Wraith, they're trading some random fight in the mid lane for the base, and Vitagen will just close out game 2.
And Vitagen end up evening the series 1-1, and it looks like the side of Wacky Wraiths this time around, the priorities are not there. They prioritize defending tier 2 in the mid lane, trading it for the Nexus, and personally, not a trade I would ever take in a lifetime. End up losing the game off of that. And again, D-Wowzer with a fantastic game for himself in that mid lane, showing what he can do on these damage carries and as well as the top lane, and wreaking absolute havoc on the Gwen. And I think this is the Vitagen we are used to seeing. This is the Vitagen that, when they're on form, can be such a formidable opponent to fight.
Yeah, it can be so scary, and that's the thing about Vitagen. You can always take them down. Gods do bleed, but gods always bounce back, and they will bounce back in this series. 1-1, Wacky Wraiths. What can you answer in the next game? This is a favorite up against an underdog story. Not by much. Wacky Wraiths is still a strong team, but Vitagen, they bounce back and even up the series. Dasa, who was your MVP? Oh man, I'm guessing you kind of mentioned it there, D1 as was he your MVP for that one?
Yeah, definitely. So I think D-Wowzer, it is like I said in game. It is night and day when you put this man on something that can actually do damage, on something that can actually carry games. And I wasn't too impressed with the Annie, I'm not gonna lie. And this is why I don't think you see this champion much, because when you compare it to the likes of Orianna, which granted was banned away this time around, it doesn't end up really doing much if you cannot exit that mid lane, if you cannot go around the map, roam, and provide the CC to maybe set up your team for some kills. You cannot solo carry games as Danny. Just does not do enough damage. And this time around ends up being just that. D-Wowzer ends up doing the damage in the mid lane. Lina not being able to catch up in those damage statistics. And for me, D-Wowzer definitely MVP of game number 2. But Sovanix, give me your name for MVP.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to give it to D-Wowzer as well, because to be honest, that first game was really rough for the Twisted Fate with the Rocket Belt. He bounced back on a champion he's significantly more familiar with, and he put in a MVP performance. Those ultimates were landing onto multiple members every time he pressed that button. So I think going into this game 3, I never thought I would think this going into this matchup between Wowzer and Lina, but I think the lane to watch is actually the mid lane to see how this one goes. But we will have a short break as a game 3 is looming on the horizon. So don't go anywhere. Game 3 coming very soon.
Don't try to make your remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
Hello! Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to this extremely exciting series between Vitagen and Wacky Wraiths. We are currently sitting at 1-1 this game. Dasa, what can we expect out of this next one?
I was expecting to keep it pretty stock standard. I was expecting for teams to sort of just say, hey, it's, finals. We're not gonna do too much weird stuff. But I did catch a little glimpse of something that my producer told me earlier when we were in break. Peppa gave me the big news that there has been some steps into the kitchen. The stoves has been turned on, and I would love to get into draft to see what kind of the cookery we have and what kind of recipes we have for us today in this game number 3.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see what happens as well, I think we are ready to see the screenshot of the draft, or not the screenshot, but the draft itself. And wow, I am so just initially, Seraphine picked away from Vitagen, and I also see a Cassidon picked into a Corki.
Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed, I'll be honest, because the way Peppa put it, I expected some like Tristana mid, like Rel top lane or something, but this is pretty like things we've seen before. Of course, Corki as well in the mid lane is something that Wacky Wraiths have run in the past. It is something that has had mediocre success. It can be a little bit hit or miss. I feel like when we are used to seeing the Corki, but this time around it is gonna be actually Sovanix. Do you think it's the ADC Corki here? Because I know Usagin is someone who has played the Corki before.
So what I suspect has happened here is they've put Lina on Seraphine to go into the bot lane, and they've given Usagin his signature Corki. I think, if I'm not mistaken, from Wacky Wraiths, they do like picking up this Corki when they can. I think Lina's champion pool leans more towards like Orianna, Syndra, maybe the Ahri as well. So if they have gone for the Corki here, my prediction is that it's Usagin going into mid lane for game 3, and it will be Lina running into the bot lane with the Seraphine.
I think that is a very good prediction, and I think it's gonna be exciting to see whether it is that or not. It does make sense to me, because like you said, I think when you look at Lina's playstyle overall, I think she is much more of a facilitator, likes to play through other lanes, likes to sort of help others more so than help herself to carry games. We've seen it already today, picks like the Orianna, picks like the Annie. These are picks that are not meant to necessarily solo carry games. They're meant to help out your team with CC, with utility, and the Seraphine does add on to that. Having the shields, having that encore, the charm by your side, as well as having that damage, being able to play passive in the laning phase as well, means you don't really have to play the game to be useful on Seraphine, which is why you generally tend to pick it up in that role, because it means you can strong side your top lane. This time around, it is going to be the volley bear in that top lane, which very much does like to be strong sided. A lot of setup there, especially into something like the Mordekaiser, but I'm expecting a very explosive top lane matchup, considering it is the Mordekaiser versus the volley bear.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, let's be honest. Every single game, this top lane matchup has been so like the camera just shows top lane and they're just fighting non-stop. But yeah, no, I'm expecting top lane to be a fist fight as per usual. But one thing I have to admit, I absolutely hate Vitagen's draft. I don't get it. It doesn't. I'm kind of looking at what it does, and my answer is like nothing really. Like, what lane do you play for here? You can't play for mid. And Vitagen's strengths a lot of the time, if you watch their winning games, is they play for mid jungle and they rotate around the map and get advantages there. You can't play for mid jungle here because you're a Rel Cassidon into a Corki Jarvan. So there's no angles there to play for mid, and you can't. I mean, no disrespect to Jomi on Tristana, but your Tristana Braum into a Seraphine Alistar, it's really difficult to find advantages. Like Tristana as a champion, especially with the Braum, fantastic 2v2 potential, but you're up against such a defensive bot lane. It's going to be really difficult to find any angles in that sense. And so you're essentially banking on Ant to 1v9 over in the top lane. And we've seen, good matchup, bad matchup. It's been back and forth, and relying on that as your sole lane to be dominant in is it's a lot of pressure to be putting onto your top laner. But yeah, this Kassadin pick, I think Kassadin has always gotten heat when it's picked in the SLE. I remember picking it in finals and I got absolutely obliterated in the Twitch chat. Obviously, I completely smurfed it, so it doesn't make a difference. But I think this split, Kassadin has been picked a few times. Once by Rebreathe against Rain D, and it just didn't really do anything, despite how good the matchup was. And I can imagine Kassadin and Takorki not as good of a matchup as it was, or as it has been picked previously. And it's gonna be a difficult one, and it's such a slim win condition of getting to that level 16. One thing I will say is that Wacky Wraiths team composition is scaling, so I can imagine they will get to that level 16. I think almost banking on that is a fine prediction to make, but the early game is going to be so difficult for Vitagen.
Yeah, the early game definitely gonna be difficult, and this is where you have sort of the personalization, the characterization of each of these teams in SLE. 22 teams is what we started with in Split 5, each with their own identity. And to quote my friend Algren, who a couple of casts ago said something which I thought was sort of on the nose, and I think it applies here as well. It might be a good draft, but it is not a Vitagen draft. This is not something that Vitagen is used to playing. We are, like you said, used to seeing Dutch invade very early on. We're used to seeing him play so aggressive in this early game, but how are you gonna play aggressive when you have a Kassadin in the mid lane, when you have a Mordekaiser in the top lane, and you're going up against a Jarvan? And if you have a top side 3v3 with the Mordekaiser, the Rel, the Kassadin versus Volibear, Jarvan, Corki, I can tell you who that's gonna go towards. I can tell you which side is favored, and it is definitely not Vitagen.
Yeah, and I want to emphasize, like, the early game is going to be so difficult, and of course, if Vitagen do end up getting to that late game, I guess power spike that Kassadin and Tristana do have, Mordekaiser as well, to be fair, then I do see them turning it around. And looking at Wacky Wraiths team composition, they're not exactly an early game draft, but you can see already D-Wowzer almost dying at level 2 to this Corki. And Corki by no means is an aggressive laner. I don't know, Corki's seen as this like kind of chilling lane for power spike, and yeah, not the best matchup for the Kassadin, so slightly ill-advised from D-Wowzer here.
Yeah, definitely. So we're seeing a gank in the mid lane though. You can see Dutch trying to exert some pressure early on. Is just gonna go still goes a thumbs up as Vitagen, I'm sure, ended up using the W to get himself on out. But so Venix, your prediction before the game started was spot on. We have seen a little bit of a lane and a role swap here. Lina gonna be down towards that bot lane with the Seraphine, is gonna be Vitagen on the Corki in this mid lane. But something I do want to highlight before it does come into play, we are seeing triple TP on the side of Wacky Wraiths. One on Lina, one on Vitagen, and one on Case Maze in that top lane. So when we're talking about being able to transition yourself across the map, which is something you mentioned earlier, Summonik, something that Vitagen loves to do, is to play through that mid jungle. It is going to be so much easier for the side of Wacky Wraiths with all this mobility on their team, and just with the being able to sort of hop yourself up across the map with a single press of a button, especially once those unleashed TPs come on in. It's gonna be a rough time to catch any of these members on the side of Wacky Wraiths alone.
Yeah, it's a challenging one, and I think for Vitagen, it's like you kind of need to handshake a lot in the early game, and I can imagine first dragon already will be so difficult. But what isn't difficult is gambling on top lane being an absolute fist fight, as Ant is gonna win out in the 1v1. Did miss out on the kill, but first blood going over to the Mordekaiser is exactly what Vitagen need.
More fighting in the top lane, more kills in the top lane, and the early game is difficult, yes, but it is only made easier if Ant is about to absolutely smurf on Case Maze, and Case Maze not on the Scion this time around like he was in those first two games, which means he's actually gonna have to play the game this time on around instead of
Ooh.
just waiting.
And
But
fist fight in top lane, more like fist fight in jungle as Robbery and Dutch start hitting each other, but instead Dutch using his W defensively, mid priority available for Wacky Wraiths, meaning Vitagen will be the first one to move. Dutch forced to flash away, so the Rel won't have the flash for the engage. As Robbery pushing Dutch out of his own jungle. And tiny win for Wacky Wraiths after dropping first blood. Yeah, quite an early game so far, except for top lane, of course.
yeah, I mean, top lane's never quiet. I feel like from what we've seen this series so far, and always just more fighting up here. You can see, even with Case Maze falling very early on, still not scared to run at Ant.
Yeah, still so aggressive as Ant is going to pull back the volley bear. We'll get the E off, so some shielding. And yeah, it seems like even with first blood, Ant actually went for HP instead of any damage or I guess resistances. So actually combo landing onto Jomi in the bot lane. Camera pans over to mid lane to look at some Kassadin stuff. Yeah, kind of one of the most boring mid laners to watch before like any form of power spike. So it's like you do just sort of watch him like use 3 ults and he's just unfortunate situation. Kassadin, tough champion to play in the early stages of the game. But actually farming decently up against the Corki. We saw the early trades was not looking good for DWAS, but actually keeping within the 10 CS range is pretty good for the Kassadin.
Definitely pretty good already in the tier of the goddess in his inventory. You can see Robbery over towards the top side of the map is gonna be able to secure the crab before Dutch does. First dragon gonna be a Hextech dragon, a pretty powerful dragon to get if you can get it very early on. Robbery now is going to base, is gonna go for a bot side clear back toward this top side. Might try to hang around this bot side a little bit longer though, considering the dragon has just spawned, and DWAS finally getting that Rift Walk up in the mid lane. Is gonna get a couple of those onto Vitagen, but you can see the second DWAS hit 6 can start to play a little bit more aggressive, but still taking quite a beating in the mid lane.
Yeah, really nice trade back coming out from Vitagen. And well, one thing I want to point out here is our Robbery is so far ahead in the jungle. He is I think 8 CS amounts to 2 camps up onto the Rel. 7 minutes into the game is really, really good. And we saw a Dutch attempting an invade, got pushed out of Robbery's jungle here. Yeah, Vitagen gonna teleport into the mid lane, and this will be a dragon contest.
Will be a dragon contest, and when you look at overall the team fight, if it does end up ensuing, there's a fight in the bot lane. Jomi with a great buffer on the rocket jump to get out of the combo. Dragon is going to restart up here, and keep your eyes on this level. Dutch not level 6 quite yet. Robbery is level 6, so this dragon should go uncontested. Usage in making his way over as well as Lina to make sure that this dragon is gonna be secured. First dragon of the game gonna go over to the side of Wacky Wraiths. A Hextech dragon at that as well. Next up,
Oh, actually,
have a fight in the top lane.
ultimate used by Ant, and Case Maze and Ant will once again duke it out in the top lane. He does survive the death round, and instead it's going to be the top laner of Vitagen getting taken down as the volley bear of Case Maze is going to trade back a 1v1. First blood going into the hands of Ant means diddly squat for him as Case Maze lands the final claw and takes down the top laner of Vitagen.
And this is why Orin is so scared of Volibear in the lore, because he can be so dreadful. But Dutch.
Oh, Dutch trying to start up the Rift Herald after losing the dragon, and instead, once again, is forced out by Robbery, the MVP of Game 1, putting in once again another MVP performance. You can see the struggle of having a Kassadin on your team. You just never have mid-priority. Kassadin late to this objective take, but who isn't? It's Josiah. I don't know who that smite went to. It's going to be Robbery as he picks up the Herald and gets himself to safety as the mid-priority for Wacky Wraiths provides some dividends for them as Rift Herald and Dragon in their pockets.
Robbery on these objectives today ends up getting another one away despite the heavy pressure rolling in from the side of Vitagen. I played pick up here for Jomi in the bot lane, but Elrod is behind him. He could combo.
Yeah, Jomi now in danger, does not have cleanse, and a beautiful knockback. Now Jomi will get himself to safety as Josiah is arriving down in time, but You can see actually the Tristana having some value against the Alistair. That rocket jump has been used beautifully, but Elrat now comboing up Jomi. No rocket jump available now. The encore gonna get blocked away from Jesiah. Beautiful play coming out from the Braum, and now reset available for Jomi. He does have the rocket jump available, but instead it's gonna be Ant losing out a 2v2 as he gets taken down once again. Robbery getting the kill credit for that. Vitagen, another rough early game coming out from them, but as we said, this is a result of their draft. They just don't have anything to accelerate and move forward onto the map here. And it seems like Wacky Wraiths winning again in the early.
Wacky Wraiths winning again, even the bot lane getting themselves involved early on this time around as Lina tried to get the encore on out. A great shield coming out from Jesse to block that and make sure his AD carry ends up looking a little bit of a 1v1 in the top lane. What this is, to use your words, Sovanix, a little bit of a wet noodle fight as neither of them really have the damage to kill anyone, but Ant is on his way though. This could be a 2v1.
This could be a 2v1 indeed. Volibear did not take the flash, but it's doing big damage to John. A 2v1 going in favor of the Volibear as Kaze Maze is going to get the first kill of this duel. And now Ant dropping the Death Realm. Kaze Maze trying to play this one out. You can see he's waiting around the cooldown. He's going to get the shield from the E. And I believe he might be able to get away with this one. Ant is going to land the final blow. But now Yusejin has arrived into the top lane. He's going to land an auto, going to land the combo. And the kill is going to go over to the Corki as the bot lane of Vitagen now also on the run. You can see Alrat drop to low HP. D-Wowzer going to jump onto Robbery and see what he can do. But that's an early game Kassadin, so it's not going to really be doing anything. As, despite Kassadin now actually amounting a firm lead, it's going to be Yusejin moving around the map and making plays happen.
I really hope we have a replay of that top lane fight, because if I'm not completely mistaken, it ended up the shield not coming through. Because Kaze Maze put down his E and exited the Death Realm before it landed, which meant the shield didn't come through. He ends up dying for it, and it is really unlucky timing for the Volibear in the top lane, and it just does mean that Kaze Maze ends up falling and picks up another kill. Realize now completed in the top lane for the Mordekaiser, and just such unlucky timing. But Kaze Maze so far has done a great job of living out of the Death Realm. We all know how scary and dangerous it can be in that dark abyss. Kaze Maze clearly not scared of the dark, as he is a big boy. Is gonna get some play for himself.
That was actually really well played by Ant there as he tanked up the minion wave, meaning Kaze Maze, if he wanted that plate, he had to do it by tanking up the tower aggro and is forced to ultimate to safety. Oh, this top lane is so exciting to watch as they keep going back and forth. And well, I do have to say, I think the series as a whole would be favoring Kaze Maze when it comes to this top lane 1v1, but no, well, I mean, nonetheless, Herald gets dropped into the mid lane. More plates in the hands of Wacky Wraiths. Dutch now arriving, but the package from Yusejin is going to get him to safety. Dutch is now under threat. The combo is flashed away beautifully by Dutch, and now D-Wowzer jumping forward to do some damage, but that's an early game Kassadin. But who isn't going to be useless is going to be the early game Tristana as she jumps forward. Jomi now, fire after fire, going to try and break down these frontliners of Wacky Wraiths, but instead, the fight's going to break out. Encore blocked away from Jomi. The engage comes through. Beautiful Cataclysm onto multiple members. Robbery getting the double kill already in the start of this fight. Dutch now being brought down to low HP. Yusejin comboing up D-Wowzer, going to try to get a kill. And actually, Ant is going to get himself into the fight and turning the tide for his team. He does drop a turret in the top lane. Dutch surviving on 1 HP, but Vitagen, they vitally win out the team fight against Wacky Wraiths at the Dragon Pit.
Vitagen end up winning the 4v5. Kaze Maze not moving on down to support the boys, entering the tower fort, but taking a look back at the replay, you can see the Cataclysm being sown, and with Lina with a little bit of a misstep up and walks up instead of down with the boys, but Jesse with a great unbreakable will of his own to make sure his team does not get charmed by the Singer in that bot lane. And D-Wowzer with the Rift Walk onto Yusejin almost ends up taking him out, but Yusejin at the end of the day falls to Ant. It is a double kill for the Mordekaiser in that top lane. Rumble West picked up here as well. And speaking of scaling that we mentioned so many times, D-Wowzer with a lot of Aegis in his inventory is gonna start stacking that on up. Should be ready in what I believe about 22 minutes into the game, and after it is ready, D-Wowzer can finally start playing the game.
Yeah, and we talked about how this Kassadin is so rough to play in the early game, but I have to commend where it is due because Diwaza has played this very, very well. The Kassadin is in a fantastic spot here. But I think one thing to look at is the top side of Vitagen. Dutch and Ant, I can imagine, are quite far behind their counterparts here because K's Maze just got a full turret with 5 plates, and Dutch kind of whiffing out on the combo. Elrat comboing up his enemy jungler here. Dwaz jumping forward, low on mana, but with that Rod of Ages completed, as you said, is a chunky Kassadin. Going to be difficult for Usejin to break him down until those items come in. And instead, well, you know the story, top laners are fighting each other over the crab, but instead it's going to be secured by Ant, and then this Rift Herald is going to be crucial for the rest of the game. See Robbery and Elrat now arriving to the fight, and Dwowser a level up on the Corki, so he's in a fantastic spot. 1v1 breaking out in the bot lane. Lina using the Onka onto Jomi, and a fight breaking out in the mid lane. The ultimate used by Josiah to knock up Elrat, and this cow is going to be done and dusted. But instead, the focus turns onto Usejin, and instead it's going to be 2 kills going into the hands of Vitagen. Robbery and Kazemi now, these are the strong members of the Wacky race. Beautiful flag and drag going to get Robbery to safety, but instead, Vitagen, they win out on the team fight and winning it in the early. They're not exactly winning just yet, but started to build up their gold lead, getting their Rift Herald in their pockets. They already secured the dragon in the last fight. Now this objective now, Vitagen looking really, really good so far.
2,000 gold down, but looking like they are starting to build up some momentum in the mid game, and Lina again taking the only one in the bot lane as well as Jomi, both of them being very low on HP, but in the mid lane it just keeps ensuing. Case Mace and Ant with the gentleman's deal to whenever we're on each other's screens, we just smack each other upside the head. You can see the tower in the mid lane being so low HP for Vitagen, and I can imagine this is an objective they would really want to get.
They really, really do. And for Vitagen here, oh, actually, Ant's getting jumped on here by K's Maze, and that's going to be a massive shutdown into the hands of Usejin's Corki. I'm not sure if the Vitagen top laner expected Usejin to be there, but instead, Corki is going to get a massive swing of gold into his pocket here, which is exactly what Wacky Race need to get back into this game.
Definitely so, and if you're looking at one of the big damage threats from the side of Wacky Wraiths, it is gonna be Usejin on his Corki, just being able to rain down those missiles, doing so much from the back line. Manamune already at almost 300 stack Sheen in his inventory.
Teleport coming in from Usejin. Jomi already using the W, does have flash available. Josiah is nearby, but look at the damage that Usejin is already putting out. And you just died, and you've just teleported into the fight to die again. That's the Death King, but not the way you want to play the Death King, and he's gonna go 5-5. He was 5-3 not that long ago, and a beautiful Cataclysm onto the bot lane. Flag and drag gets dodged away by Jomi. That is beautiful movement coming up from the AD carry of Vitagen. This is the man on the Tristana. He's gonna be able to get himself that safety, get himself that kill, as Robbery gets played like a fiddle, and now skirmish breaking out in the jungle of Wacky Wraiths as the unstoppable, not the unstoppable Onslaught, that's the different champion. I'm too used to him playing Scion, as a beautiful combo coming up from Elrat means Case Maze is going to secure a kill onto Josiah. Diwaza using the W to get some mana back, but he's half HP, so I don't imagine he wants to jump in. Another pulverized landing from Elrat. He's going to get the kill credit onto Dutch. And Wacky Wraiths, they seem to be dominating the early game. And you just died. Don't die again. God damn it. As he uses the Death Realm onto Lina. Lina dodging away from 1Q. And hit a goddamn spell, man. You're supposed to be good at the game. As he's going to get rooted up, knocked up. Case Maze kills him down. Vitagen, this guy's died 3 times in the last 2 minutes. God damn it. As Wacky Wraiths, they will push down the mid lane turret. And they get absolutely everything they wanted.
And my friend, this is not how you play. The more the Kaiser he dies once TP's back in, he dies again and says, you know what, maybe third time is the charm, as they say, and ends up just falling for the 3rd time. A lot of gray screen for this man in the past 2 minutes, but take a look back at the replay and ends up falling early on under the bot lane tower. But to keep your eyes on this Tristana, Robbery ends up jumping a little bit too far outside of his own Cataclysm with the flag and drag. A great sidestep from John with the rocket jump. Jesse providing the backup with the ultimate, and Jomi just ends up living with a sliver of HP, but again, the side of Vitagen just do not look like they are on the same page in this game. You can see they're kind of playing a little bit like solo queue, in my opinion, whereas on the side of Wacky Wraiths, everyone helping out each other and Usagin 224, 2 items in his inventory with a package as well at the moment. This Corki is just so damn strong.
Yeah, so strong as teleports coming in. This is going to be a massive dragon for both teams. D-Wowzer jumping forward. What on earth are you doing, lad? As D-Wowzer now ulting back into the Corki package. Sorry, I'm kind of laughing. Well, you said it. Now pumping out so much damage on the Corki. Double kill coming already in for the mid laner of Wacky Wraiths. And this means Wacky Wraiths, they will get themselves their second dragon of the game and another team fight win. This Corki is looking like a lethal weapon for Wacky Wraiths as per usual. And looks like Vitagen, they are falling at the seams here. They will get the Rift Herald charge in the mid lane, but no plates available. Oh, actually, they secure the turret, but now Jomi under threat. Robbery flagging and dragon closing the gap, but Jomi will be able to jump away to safety. Case Maze pursuing the chase as he will just run away out, and Wacky Wraiths once again playing the team fights beautifully, getting the objective and getting themselves further ahead in the game.
And again, Vitagen just not on the same page. A great double TP there from the Wacky Wraiths. What I talked about earlier, so many TPs on their team, it's hard to catch these team off guard. And D-Wowzer just jumps in, jumps even further in. At that point, he is just too damn far in to go back on out. Usagin doing so much damage with the package from the back lines. Trinity Force finished up as well. Big shutdowns on Case Maze and Usagin if they can find them onto the right members on the side of Vitagen. If the gold influx can come through for D-Wowzer, for example, for Jomi, they can definitely still come back into this game, but it is not gonna be an easy task. And this is what happens when you do not draft the early game like we talked about on Vitagen. You just don't have anything to play for.
Yeah, sorry. That was one of the weirdest Kassadin plays I've seen. It's like so much mobility, right? You ult into an Alistair combo, then you like ult away into a Corki combo, flash out into the Corki package. Anyway, there's a fight breaking out in the bot lane as these two top laners, they always duke it out as every time the camera pans. Case Maze kind of ignoring the turret because this is what Volibear does. He does have the ultimate available. Can he switch off that turret in this duel? But and winning it out so far, Case Maze not opting to use the ultimate just yet as gosh, you know, at this point, it doesn't matter who's ahead or who's behind. These two top laners will fight, and you just don't really know who's going to win it.
I think at this point, yeah, it has been proven that whether it is the Sion, the Cassante, or especially when something this aggressive as the Volibear Mordekaiser, these two just do not care, and especially seems to like dying this game. He's done it quite a few times already, 6 deaths under his belt, and I'm kind of surprised that Case Maze doesn't have a trigger there. Usagin?
Usagin doing so much goddamn damage on this Corki. And you can see D-Wowzer really struggling into this man here. 4 and 2 and 2.5 items completed. This Corki's only going to get stronger. You can see D-Wowzer, he's trying to survive for that level 16 because I believe if he gets that, this is where the matchup does turn in his favor. But so far, Usagin kind of running this game here, and you know, the solo lanes of Wacky Wraiths so strong, and the bot lane of Wacky Wraiths, they survived the Tristana Braum lane, so difficult to break down. And Dush now getting caught out in his own jungle. He is looking to get comboed up here. Cataclysm is gonna land. Magnet Storm onto 2. D-Wowzer has jumped, trying to look for the access onto the back line, but it's not gonna materialize into anything as he's forced to ultimate back to safety of his turret, and it's gonna be another catch for Wacky Wraiths in the top side, meaning their focus onto the Baron is going to be substantial here. Jomi trying to break down this mid lane turret. That Tristana has 2 items completed and will shred through that turret, but now the defense of the Baron is going to get started up. I don't know why it says Mordecai secures the objective bounty, as it was Jomi who secured that. The Tristana still not making a move into this Baron as he's going to keep pushing through. Might be a inhibitor turret secured by the Tristana. You can see D-Wowzer and Josiah trying to play defense. Teleporters are coming in, and the fight might break out. Elrat landing a combo onto 2. D-Wowzer and Josiah now left to run and is in the midst. He's altered Robbery. The Jarvan gonna flash away over the Baron Pit to the safety of his team. Flag and Dragon and Lang on top of the D-Wowzer. The Kassadin is down. Now the Mordekaiser's following through. Usejan on the Corki is doing too much damage. He's gonna Valkyrie forward. Beautiful ult from Jeremy to try and defend himself away from the front line of Wacky Wraiths. But Case Maze, he trembles forward. On the ban, he's gonna land the stun. Usejan is gonna land the kill. Godlike goes the Corki. Baron secured. 17 kills on the board. Wacky Wraiths in the lead of this game.
The Baron starts off great, being secured by Usage for the side of Wacky Wraiths. Diwaza ends up getting stunned on up. Jesse tries to do what he can to protect his mid lane, but Diwaza again just goes in instead of going out for some reason. I don't get why, and just ends up falling in the meanwhile. They just want Jomi. The ultimate here is absolutely fantastic to send them flying, but K's mate, he woke up from hibernation. He's a hungry bear, and he found some Jomi for snacking later on into the night, as it's gonna be an Ocean Drake for play.
Yeah, this is going to be sole point for Wacky Wraiths here. Usejan with the package in his hand. It was an ill-advised fight to take for Vitagen last time around, so instead, D-Wowzer will try to match K's Maze in the top lane, going aggressive and trying to see if he can find anything, because he's got Dutch's support waiting on the side here, so this Volibear is going to be left to run. He does have this turret available, so not a long distance to escape to. Now, the damage just doesn't seem to exist so far. The Kassadin hasn't hit that power spike just yet, as K's Maze doesn't even drop to half HP. Instead, Wacky Wraiths will push through the bot line, and there's no wave clear available here for Vitagen, so it's just going to be the inhibitor taken down. They will try to push forward even more. They haven't recalled on the top side. Elrat knocking Ant away from the minion wave. Desire dropping down the shield, and the Encore gets blocked away by the Braum. D-Wowzer now has arrived to the fight. Cataclysm is going to finish off Desire. Ant has altered Lena on the backside. You can see there. Keep your eyes on Usage. Here's the damage dealer for Wacky Wraiths here. He hasn't landed anything just yet. D-Wowzer jumping forward. Gets rocketed from Usage. This Corki is carrying the team fight for Wacky Wraiths here. But look at Jomi. Look at Jomi. He's looking to get the kill. Gets the shot down onto the Corki. And Jomi's looking to carry the fight. The AD carry Vitagen is doing what he can to savor the game. Game 3 is lying in his hand. Triple kill for the weak side AD carry of Vitagen, as he holds the fort. He holds down the defense. Vitagen lives to fight another day.
Jomi is woken up, he's roaring and ready to go replay underway, as well as Lena ends up being the one in the death realm. But look at Usage and look at the damage this man is doing. And Jomi jumps in the backline, one reset, gets into reset, ends up getting the jump on out. Elrad just being quite in range with the lethal tempo, and it's just Jomi double kill, triple kill for the AD carry in that bot lane. Jomi collects absolutely everybody, 3 items under his belt: Bloodthirster, Kraken Slayer, and Navori Quick Blades. Jomi has everything he needs to carry this game, but keep your eyes on these objective timers, because Baron up in 2 minutes and 40 seconds, Ocean Dragon up in 2 minutes and 55 seconds, and that is Ocean Soul for the side of Wacky Wraiths, alongside the Seraphine shields coming through. If that is gonna be secured, if this game goes long enough for that to be a potential, it is gonna be massive for the side of Wacky Wraiths. But for now, Usage in almost at 4 items. Like you said it yourself, someone, this is the carry of Wacky Wraiths. This is who they need to be looking at.
Oh no, D-Wowzer, he does have a lot of ultimates available to use, but look at the flanks. Elrat is coming in, but he will just be able to get away. That is the slipperiness of the Kassadin. Yes, we talked about power spikes. I believe Jomi's just hit his. The AD carry of Vitagen, often seen as the weak side player, is going to have to be the carry for Vitagen now, as D-Wowzer jumping forward. No mana available. Shield already popped by Usejan, and this Corki is just doing so much damage. K's Maze entering a 1 versus 2 in the bot lane. The Tristana is brought to low HP. Death Realm used to protect his AD carry, and Jomi will be able to reposition to a safe spot. And now jumping forward, trying to look for some DPS into K's Maze, but K's Maze is drawing so much pressure. He's going to lure 3 members of Vitagen into the bot lane, which means Wacky Wraiths push through the top side, and it's only the mid lane turret available left to stand for the defense of Vitagen instead. And we'll try to look for more onto Case Maze, but instead he will walk away, and Wacky Wraiths, they walk away with almost the entire base of Vitagen.
So much pressure drawn by this bear in the top lane. You can see how tanky he is, even for someone like Jomi, who ended up going Bloodthirster third, doesn't have the armor pen to take this man out quite yet, and closing onto that dragon spawn. Further we go in top lane, inhibitor now secured. You can see Diwauza just does not do any damage on this Cassidy when it comes to the bear in the top lane. Case Maze just sort of just able to walk away in the top lane and say now what. Bob in the bot lane ends up drawing again so much pressure. He does end up going back to the bot lane, trying to secure his team that push before Dragon ends up spawning. But look at the vision coming out of Vitagen here. You can see trying to get as much as possible if they can secure maybe the crab as well, but Dutch does not have the support for the case mates again and again, just duking it out in the bot lane, but no fight so far. Dutch has a flank in the middle.
Dutch, yeah, he's gonna land a stun, a beautiful magnet storm coming out from the jungler of Vitagen, and Jomi is gonna finish off the corky. Vitagen is down. Exactly what Vitagen needed to win out the fight. Jomi being brought to low HP, but a beautiful ultimate coming out from man. Instead, it's going to be a killing spree coming in from Case Maze. D-Wowzer finds an assassination onto the Seraphine, and D-Wowzer hits that level 16. The power spike for the Kassadin is online. Elrat trying to do what he can. Case Maze in a 1 versus 3, but not a 1 versus 3 that you can win out, as Ant is going to pick up the shutdown. The fight is going to break out as D-Wowzer finds himself taken down by Robbery. So it's gonna be a 3-for-2 in favor of Vitagen, but Wacky Wraiths, they take down the Kassadin, so the 2 carries of Vitagen are dead.
They're dead, but look at the death timers. Look at the nexus. The base is open, but the dragon is on the card. Usage spawns in 4 seconds. He has TP. So does Lina in 10 seconds. TP up as well. Dutch cannot contest this. The base is too open, and you can see Dutch forcing to walk away. Ocean Soul gonna be going for the side of Wacky Wraiths in this occasion, and this game just got so much harder for them to play. Could potentially look at the Baron as well. Lina TPs into the top side instead, and you can see with the Nexus open, the side of Vitagen are so damn scared for any backdoors on their way. Usagin has a TP of his own, but is just gonna make his way onto the map without using it for now. Is in the mid lane. I'm not sure if he has package as well. He does have the package, so they cannot fight this if they are Vitagen, but the base is open. The question is Dutch gonna be able to do the steal?
Yeah, Dutch now entering the wings of the Baron pit here, as this is do or die for the jungler of Vitagen. He's gonna get zoned out by Elrat. Beautiful knockback, and Dutch is just left to farm his crook camp as the smite comes through from Robbery. The Baron buff is secured for Wacky Wraiths, and they will now make their bid into the mid lane push. Case Maze in enemy lines as D-Wowzer is nearby, but I'm not sure if Case Maze knows that there's a level 16 Kassadin. D-Wowzer just gonna start off the wolf camp here as Wacky Wraiths, they will start pushing through. D-Wowzer now jumped over the wall. Dasa, this could be the end of the game. I'll have to see how this one goes. Inhibitor now gonna get focused up by the members of the Wacky Race. Dodge here has positioned himself into a flank and has teleported in, but Elrat is just gonna engage onto Dodge. Magnet Storm on tap 3, the Promo on tap 3 as well, but the Encore is beautiful coming up from Nana. Vitagen crashing away from the Mordekaiser. He's been brought down to 1 HP. The Corgi is dead, but Robbery gets a 3-man Cataclysm. We'll see what Jomi can do with the rest of this fight. And now getting turned on to the 4 members of Wacky Race. This Mordekaiser has been brought to low HP. D-Wowzer, level 16 on the Kassadin. What can you do? No, it's not you. It's gonna be Jomi. It's gonna get the first kill of the fight. D-Wowzer follows with another. Elran now in the face of 2 members. D-Wowzer and Ant's gonna try to push forward. And Jomi instead, but instead, look at the minions. They're trying to end the game. The Nexus being brought to half HP, and it looks like the fight goes into the favor of Vitagen, but the Nexus is brought to half HP as Jomi arrives back to the wave to try and defend it. He will be able to clear that out, and Vitagen, they take down the Corki, and they win the team fight. It's only Robbery left alive. Vitagen left 5 seconds to spawn. This could be a push coming in from Vitagen.
Usagin again falls, and Vitagen are forced to get creative here. Dodge again with the flank, and with the flank as well. The flanks have been so good out of these 2 members, and you can see still the base is such a threat for the side of Vitagen. Minions, if there were more, could have ended the game right there. And then 3 open inhibitors, no objectives on the map. Baron and Elder are going to spawn at the exact same time. So can the side of Vitagen catch out anyone from Wacky Wraiths. They definitely have the potential for it. You can see the CC on Dodge so far has been instrumental in their success, and as well being able to isolate any member with the Death Realm. But look at the inventory of usage, and there is a Quicksilver stash by his side. He's
Yeah,
had enough of
that's
the
big.
Death Realm, so if he gets ulted by the Mordekaiser, should be perfectly fine. You can see the side of Wacky Wraiths just grouping up together as a unit, just seeing if there's any potential for catches. So this is the big question. Who do you ult if you are the Mordekaiser? You can look for Lina, potentially take out the shielding and the healing, or look for Case Maze, take out a big front line, the meat shield in the front. But Sovanix, if this was you on Ant, who would you prioritize?
And it's a tricky one here because, you know, with Vitagen having that Quicksilver slash completed, it's so difficult to use that ultimate. Such a key ability in these team fights. You essentially take an essential part of Wacky Wraith's draft because they want to play as 5. You take that out, and you could ultimate the Seraphine, you could ultimate even the Jarvan, and it's going to be massive. But instead, Dewaza, he's going to find himself caught in his own jungle. The Kassadin, you are too important to this team composition to go down, and he's going to find himself dead. Vitagen gets the first kill of the fight. Lina now finishing off Dutch. Yomi now, you're the only carry left alive, but you're being brought to low HP. Stasis come through. You're going to get shut down by Robbery, and you're going to get finished off by Wacky Wraiths, because now it's only Ant alive, and he's not going to do anything as Wacky Wraiths, they catch D-Wowzer. What on earth is D-Wowzer doing in his own goddamn jungle? He's fighting the entire game for Vitagen because they had scaled, they were winning the team fights, but instead, he is the sole reason they've lost this game, and Wacky Wraiths, they go 2-1 in this series.
Wacky Wraiths end up going to 12 streams. My prediction is out the window already, and it does mean Usagin ends up being enough for their side to take this game number 3. But I do have to give an honorable mention over to the Brom, over to Jesse, because so many Encores were blocked, so many key engaged tools were blocked by this man, ended up helping out Jomi in the bot side as well to live away from the Jarvan. This bot lane duo on the side of Vitagen, putting in so much work, putting in all the effort, but at the end of the day, the hungry bear in the top lane is too hungry for this win, ends up taking game number 3, and Case Maze, what a performance out of that top lane.
What a performance from Case Maze. He drew so much pressure in the side lane. And let's not forget, in the early game, Ant was 5-2 at some point, I believe. And then all of a sudden, Ant made those, I guess, a series of errors, which kind of led to Case Maze getting back into the game. But, I mean, let's not forget, this Corki pumped out so much DPS in these team fights, and I have to be really critical of D-Wowzer here. There was 2 fights that were so crucial to this game. Obviously, that last one getting caught out in the end, but, you know, if you R5 this Kassadin, you essentially are saying, I'm going, level 16 hits, game's over. I'm going to kill everyone. And level 16 hit, team fights were starting to go into their favor, and then out of nowhere, this catch onto this Kassadin in his own jungle comes in, and the game is just done. It's just done and dusted. And Wacky Wraith match point in this best of 5, and it's such an interesting thing, right? Because D-Bowser game 1, Rocket Belt TF. We've already commented on that, right? Game 2, 1v9 on the Yone, landed massive ultimates. That was like one of the best Yone performances we have seen in the SLE. And then game 3, it's sort of, he makes an error in the late game on the Kassadin past level 16, and then they lose the game after winning several team fights in a row. And I don't know about you, but I've noticed a pattern. D-Wowzer has been the hero and the villain of Vitagen throughout the series so far. So I think heading into the next one, you know, I hope to see him on something that can be a little bit more stable. Not so much, you know, back and forth or like I win or I lose sort of thing. So yeah, I mean, who do you think was the standout performer for you?
I think for me, standout, I understand that Usagin was very pivotal in their success when it comes to the Wacky Race this game, but I have to give it up to Case Maze. I think just with the amount of fighting in that top lane, he held his own for so many of those situations, despite and roaming down to the bot lane, getting so many kills in the team fight, and ended up netting himself such a lead early on. And Case May still, he held his own, held so much of a stand in that top lane. Even later on, you could see he knew his champion limit so damn well. Just walked into the bot lane tower, said, "Screw you, I don't need to even exist, even acknowledge your existence," and just takes the tower in the bot lane, walks away, doesn't even expend the ultimate, which I thought he would need to get himself on out, but says, "Nope, I'm completely fine," walks on out, doesn't even get phased by Ant being right there, and just such a good performance from him. But I think him and Usagin, they get shared MVP for me. I think it's 50-50 between those two.
Yeah, well, I think those two have been so good. The solo laners from Wacky Wraiths. Hats off to you, including Lena, every game. So, yeah, we will go for a quick break because I definitely need to use the toilet. But yeah, game 4 coming soon. What an exciting series. Do not go anywhere because you do not want to miss a game. Oh my god.
Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime and know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order.
Hello, people! Welcome back to the SLE. Vitagen against Wacky Wraiths 2-1. They are on match point and Dasa coming into this game. We said this is a David versus Goliath situation. Vitagen, they are the reigning champions. They are defending their SLE title, and they are one game away from elimination.
And I mean, defending their SLE title, but Sonic, so far they have not defended it very well. By the looks of it, they're 2-1 down in the series
Bam.
at the moment. And so far, I need to be a little bit critical of Vitagen because this is not the form I think we're used to seeing coming out of them. And granted, it has been close games, but this the last game's draft, we talked about it already, weren't big fans of it. And I said it earlier on. D-Wow's on something that can actually carry, actually play make in the early game is when this comp shines. First game on the TF, not looking great. You put him on something like a Yone, and suddenly D-Wow just looks like a completely different person. And this is why I think it is so crucial for Vitagen to not put him on Twisted Fate, not put him on Casino, put him on something like a Yone, something like an Oriana, for example, that can really do things in the early game, that can really make an impact and make sure his team gets ahead. But we're just gonna have to find out as we have the draft already
Ooh.
underway, and this is gonna be him on a Ziggs, which I'm already not a fan of. Wait, no, the other
Yes,
side.
so
Azir, never mind.
this is Vitagen's first game on blue side, I believe, this series. As they will take D-Waz on the Azir, and I can't wait to watch this. As Vitagen, they seem to have gotten a lot of components that they like, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is a Dr. Mundo first in the SLE this split. Oh no, that's not true, because I remember Solaris Ares played it. Oh my god, memory. Yeah, but Dr. Mundo locked in for Ant, and I'm taking a look at the draft. Wacky Wraiths, they have some power picks. They've got the Wukong, they've got the Scion. I'm not a big fan of Kai'Sa right now, especially into things like Mundo and Ivan. It's really, really difficult. But the key component for Vitagen here is the Azir. This is such a good game for the Azir, albeit a tough matchup, but if you can get through the lane phase, you are essentially looking at a game where you can shred through the Ra, you can shred through the Scion, you can even look for a Shurima shuffle onto the Kai'Sa and the Ziggs if it sees fit. So I think really, really like the Azir pick here, but I also really like what Wacky Wraiths have done with the Ziggs.
Yeah, definitely. So you have the Ziggs to match the range of the Azir in that mid lane. And I definitely do agree with you. Nowadays, you don't see Kai'Sa having as much prio as it used to have a couple of patches ago. Nowadays, you tend to see people lean more towards things like the Ashe, for example, on the side of Vitagen this time around, as well as the Silver is something we see a ton of in SLE. I've seen it today as well, but the Azir is something we see a little bit less of. There are only a couple of individuals who I think can pilot this champion, and Dios definitely on the side of Vitagen can be one of those people who can pilot it. But again, it's not the early game playmaker that I think we are used to seeing coming out of him. It's not the early game playmaker I would have liked to see, and it'll be interesting to see how on the side of Vitagen they can influence this, because you can, as the Azir, outrange the Ziggs. You can, as the Azir, outrange the Kai'Sa as well, very short range, but the Kai'Sa has the thing where if you do end up in CC, Kai'Sa doesn't have to be worried about outranging you, because Kai'Sa is gonna bring herself into that desired range, bring herself into the range she wants to be at, and then suddenly once you get that ultimate off and once you get on top of the Azir, you can do so much damage. But again, Dr. Mundo always a bit of a wild card.
I absolutely love that piece of analysis there, because I think you've hit the nail on the noggin here, because Vitagen, they have loads of components to you know, bring this to game 5, but Wacky Wraiths also have a lot of components to finish off Vitagen in this series, and we will we are ready to go into game here, and it's a game 4 in this best of 5. Vitagen, if they lose this, we will see a new SLE champion. Well, I guess not new, but a different SLE champion to the last split if they lose this game. But if they win this, they keep their name in the hat, and it's going to be really important to see. What's your prediction for this game?
Wow, I think it's really, really hard to predict. I'm expecting for nothing to change. I'm still expecting, despite it being a Mundo Scion top lane, I'm expecting for the potential solo kills up there nonetheless, considering how the series has been so far. I'm hearing in my ear someone spamming me something in chat, I believe. But nonetheless, you can see, and opting in for what I would argue the best Mundo skin in the game, Corporate Mundo, coming out with the designer car beep beep for him as well, and Casemate on the other side. I would argue Mecha Zero Zion, not as good of a skin as Corporate Mundo, but still an explosive top lane matchup like it is always gonna be. And don't get fooled, you might see two tanks on your screen, you might think, wow, tank, wow, boring matchup, but it is Ant, it is Casemate, and it is two people who have in 4 games, in 3 games, never stopped fighting.
Yeah, these guys have been duking it out so much in the top lane, but the thing is, I think with Mundo, once you get that Heartsteel completed, you actually do want to fight as much as possible. Not necessarily to look for kills, but to look for stacks on that Heartsteel, because the amount of games I've seen Dr. Mundos just be like, no kills, maybe 1 or 2 deaths and like 3 assists, but he's got like 1,000 stacks on his Heartsteel, just right-click an AD carry, and like his health bar's just gone. Well, actually, I'm gonna have to stop myself as Elrat lands and engage onto Jomi, as they're gonna start kiting back. Level 2 prop now for the bot lane of Wacky Wraiths. Josiah left to run, and instead, no summoner spells burnt, but instead Elrat's just gonna flash forward onto the Ash here. Means like Jomi using that defensive flash to get himself to safety, and Wacky Wraiths doing their best impression of JDG's bot lane is playing so aggressive here in game 4, looking for kills, looking for that aggression, and flash already blown from Jomi.
Yeah, Elrat with a great carrier impression right there, just going straight on in onto Jomi, ends up having to burn flash for flash. Keep in mind, Elrat with the Hex Flash in his runes, so he's definitely gonna be much better off in that trade, as well as a lot healthier than Jomi is going to be. You can still see usage in, he's got a potion, he's got a cookie, still a cookie on Elrat, while Jomi sort of out of any regen in capabilities, out of that lifesteal on that D blade, so gonna have to also quite a few minions and quite a few targets to get his health back up to max. But so far, already early aggression coming through. Great vision control here for the side of Wacky Wraiths bot lane. You can see they should be relatively safe from any gank. Strawberry's bot side as well. Dutch going for an invade.
Oh yeah, potential invade coming out from Dutch. He is level 4 to Robbery's level 3, so slightly ahead of the curve, but Robbery will get the support from his support, meaning that he will be able to secure this Scuttle Crab. So different to the previous game where Robbery won't get double crabbed. Not previous game, but one of the earlier games. Can't remember. It's been a long series. But yeah, as you can see, farm already, Robbery, getting a bit ahead tempo-wise, but Wukong probably the strongest jungler in the game right now. Okay, so this game, there's a lot of scaling on both team composition, so I don't imagine too much happening in the early game. That being said, both top laners have just ignored everything that relates to scaling. Well, speaking of ignoring, D-Wow's are gonna Shurima shuffle on top of Lina. The flash is gonna get used, but this is an early game Azir, so not too much damage. Lina just going to be able to flash to safety, but no flash on the Ziggs is gonna be big once that level 6 mark hits.
Definitely so, and like you said, once that 6 comes in for Wowzig, unlocks the shuffling ability. Lina is gonna have to be a little bit careful in the mid lane because you are gonna be flashless. It is not gonna come back in time, and if Dutch is waiting in the wings when you do end up getting shuffled, it could be a very dangerous situation. However, the charge out Hex Flash is gonna look for the engage, but Jomi backs off away in time. So far, I was a little bit surprised that we are 5 minutes into the game and still somehow no solo kills in the top lane. Very uncharacteristic from what we've seen in the series so far, but I guess even on some champions, even in some matchups, these top players have to chill, and this time it is the Mundo versus the Scion, but Ant is not too healthy from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, not too healthy. As we said, these guys, doesn't matter what matchup it is, they'll fight each other. And we'll get the recall off and teleport back to lane, but we see now push coming in from bot lane, objectives spawning. Vitagen's bot lane will reset here with Casemate in bot lane, so I wouldn't be surprised if a dragon just gets started up straight away. but instead he will just continue clearing his bit of a quiet early game, considering the champions that have been locked in here. So nothing out of the ordinary. Well, I guess I say out of the ordinary. I don't think top lane should be fighting this much on tanks, but I guess it's ordinary considering the theme of the series. So yeah.
Originally I wouldn't say it's very ordinary. Normally when I see that much fighting on someone like a Sion Moon, I would be like, whoa. But it is Case-Maze versus Ant, so
Oh
here's the
my
shuffle.
god, D Wowzer with a beautifully clean combo, setting up the kill on Talina. Is there enough damage? The last auto attack from the Emperor of Shurima will secure first blood, and a beautiful setup, a 3-man gank onto the Ziggs. Means that Vitagen, they get themselves first blood onto the Izzy.
And this is what I mentioned earlier this time around, although in the top lane, this Case-Maze was not healthy on our round, but this is what I brought up earlier as well. Having to burn flash in that earlier gank means the second Wowza hit 6 the threat in the mid lane, and this time even Jesse ends up making his way over. Says, let me give you a helping hand. I'm bored in the bot lane. These guys refuse to engage anymore. So he's gonna go over to the mid lane, gonna give a little bit of an assist to himself, get some of that gold in his pocket. Robert gonna go for a little bit of an invade here, is gonna put down some vision pinging so far on his way to the dragon. You can see Dodge, he wants to secure this scuttle, he wants to fight for it, but Robert already on it. This could be interesting entering this fight.
Yeah, it could be. You can see Robbery smiting away that Scuttle Crab, dodging away from the root. Dodge auto attack is landing, but that is an Ivan, so it's not taking away too much HP for now. Scuttle Crab secured, meaning that Vitagen's access into this dragon will be difficult. We see the wave is in a great spot for Dutch to pull off a gank. No vision there if he decides to move up and step up to look for something onto the bot lane. Evacuates Vitagen now going to drop a ward for safety purposes. Elrat get him back on the horse, trying to look for something, but we'll just be the backup for now. Data, this is boring as hell.
Definitely a little slower early game coming on in, and hypothetically, if the side of Wacky Wraiths or if the side of Vitagen can clear the ward in the pit, that Rift Scuttle technically doesn't matter, because you have 3 people on the team of Vitagen who can make it over the wall from the backside of the dragon pit. You can't have Dutch, Wowza, and Jesse all jump in. So if they want to be really, really sneaky with it, they can jump in from the back and try to start the dragon that way. But dragon is gonna be not going to the way of anyone at the moment. Herald is the big target for the team of Vitagen, but Robbery is just walking away. First Herald is gonna go over to Vitagen.
Yeah, no priority out of his solo lane is here with Ant and D-Wowz getting the push in, meaning that Dutch will be able to secure this Rift Herald, which is fantastic string of gold for them. I'm super impressed with the blue side early game coming out of Vitagen in game 4. Very composed, very relaxed, no risks so far, but Wacky Wraiths, they will start up the dragon here, and Camera's on top lane, and they are fighting each other, which means I'm assuming something is going to come from this. No, that is not true, as now Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to land right on top of Lena, and the fight is going to break out. Magnastorm is beautiful. Empress Divide is too goddamn late, as Lena finishes off D-Wowzer, and it means Wacky Wraiths, they will get their priority onto the dragon. They got the return on the top side, but sadly for them, they will lose out on the dragon.
He's gonna lose out on the dragon indeed, and even Usaging getting himself involved with the killer instinct into that backline ends up this time around not providing any value, but that's what we were talking about earlier on. Usaging has ways to connect to his team alongside the CC. Look at the replay of the top lane as well as we transfer it onto the bot lane, where the action ended up happening. A great arrow onto Lena, but even a better job out of Elrat to step in front of everyone, create that impenetrable barrier that gives Lena the safety and just the security to launch that bomb into the backline. A great combo out from the side of Wacky Wraiths, and Usaging, just for a little bit of fun, jumps into the backline at the back end of the fight as well. But first dragon and Infernal Dragon going to the way of Wacky Wraiths, giving them a little bit of extra stats and a little bit of extra damage into their team.
Yeah, that's a great pickup coming out from Wacky Wraiths here, and the fight was looking like a decent position for Vitagen, but instead, we Wacky Wraiths running that out. I hear a silent ultimate being used as Case-Maze will get himself quickly back to top lane. So far on your screen, we're seeing leads in mid jungle coming out from Wacky Wraiths and Mason and Ant. They're just gonna keep fighting, I guess. It's really funny to. I wonder how, like, if these two have done the most damage to each other in the series. I mean, I guess we'll have to get Flay to stat check that one, but yeah, so far, Wacky Wraiths, the small leads coming out from mid jungle, which is fantastic from them. But once again, Lina holding her own against D Wowzer in the mid lane is very, very impressive to say. Not a player that we have seen too much of in the regular split, but a player that has competitive experience and showing that she can match up against the best.
Definitely so, and I would love to take a look at the gold quickly on before I get to make my point. It is very even in the top lane, and I'll be interested to see who ends up getting their Heartsteel first, because once they do, I feel like once that comes in, it is gonna be so much more fighting.
Yeah,
in this top
headphone
lane.
warning for all the clinks.
Yeah, throwing themselves at concrete walls over and over again just to bonk themselves at each other on the head, and just because of the engage on the bot lane, but just because Robbery as well, not Robbery, Case Maze in the top lane having the extra so far components in his inventory, and he's the one. Case Maze is the winner of the race. He's got the Heartsteel.
Oh, he's got the Heartsteel completed. I think these two know that these wet noodle fights will be a common occurrence in this. Oh. Okay. Oh gosh. Harold gets spawned into the mid lane, which means plates will go over to. Oh my god, what?
What?
Wowzer taking 2 turret shots up against no contest. What? Hey, bro! Well, actually, we see some action happening in bot lane. So, you know, sometimes when I'm casting and like, people do weird things, I actually just don't know what to say. I'm just like, what do I say?
Some people lose to shopkeepers, while others lose to neutral objectives.
Anyway, Dutch looking for a play in bot lane. Summoner spells available for Vitagen, but no flash available for Elrat. He's gonna sidestep away from the enchanted crystal arrow. Vitagen cleanses perfectly. Teleport coming in. That's gonna be Lina. And K's Maze using the ultimate because he's already arriving in the bot lane. Dutch is gonna be the first one to fall. A bounce house coming in from Jetsire as the Rakan is gonna be the next one to fall. No objective available. No dragon there to take after the one team fight, but instead they will go for the turret plates, and Wacky Wraiths a beautiful early game once again.
Welcome back to Season 8, ladies and gentlemen. 5 people in the bot lane. You can turn TPs into Unleashed if you want, but that's not gonna stop these men for entering this bot lane 5-man strong, and Vitagen doing a great job of jumping and providing that damage, and Jomi just making a run for this. Unfortunately does not get clipped by the Cyclone. Robbery being inches away from getting that knockup, but Case Maze with the secure of the kill. Another Heartsteel stack for this man, and actually and finishing up the Heartsteel off his own. Both of them should be able to get into the top lane as swiftly as possible. Like you said, another great early lane coming on. That first bonk of the game for these two is about to show up. You can see the stacks are charged. They're coming. They're entering, walking at each other. There's one, there is the two, and that is the first stacks of the game.
Yeah, first stacks of the game is these two just continuously fight each other. So far, Wacky Wraiths in the lead, but I think one thing we need to point out here is that once a certain power spike hits, the Azir and Ashe with the support of an Ivan and the frontline over Dr. Mundo is going to be really difficult to deal with. So Vitagen, they are going to just try to scale as Dragon gets spawned up here. Dutch now going to try and bin his contest for this one. Priority pushed in. D Wowzer dashing forward, but dashing through the minefield of the Ziggs, meaning he's going to get chunked down to half HP. Not a good look for the Azir so far. Is going to channel that recall. Just have teleport available. It seems like Dragon spawning means just some scary looks at each other, I guess.
Yeah, it means that both of these teams are going to stare at each other in the river for about 5 minutes before actually doing anything about any objectives. Robbery so far gathering just his own blue buff on the side. Doesn't want to stare, he wants to do something, he wants the action dodge. Needs to be a little bit careful. Dioza ends up back in. Doesn't even need to TP on back. Case Maze doing a back off his own.
Ooh, root landing on Talina, meaning she is forced to flash away. Elrat now flashing forward, but that's not Wiggy's as well. So kind of whiffs out, goes a bit short, and doesn't quite land onto anyone. Jomi is going to have to use his flash just to get to safety. Mid lane being pushed through now by Wacky Wraiths and has arrived to the scene. So he's going to be the first Clinker to arrive here. So Kazme now showing himself, and D-Wowzer has based and walked back to this potential dragon tank. Lena now being brought to half HP, meaning that she's going to bounce her way to safety. And this dragon probably going into the hands of Vitagen.
Probably so, and I'm a little bit surprised that Elrat ends up pulling the trigger there. I think you're so well off getting the quickness and the big engage tool. If you look at the comp of Vitagen, the Rakan, Jesse, is the big engage tool on the side of Vitagen, and I think you need to just walk away and be happy you got that. And if you have Elrat on Flash, if you have the Magnet Storm available, I think you need to just be more patient with it. This time around, ends up burning it kind of on nothing as Anton for another hard steel stack this time.
Yeah.
Will collect it on his own. It's currently down by 3, so he is losing the contest, but
Oh no!
that all might change very soon. Wait, they're meeting it. Wait, hang on.
Oh!
Wait.
Oh!
Oh my god.
And Kazme takes the lead. It's so funny. This is hilarious. I absolutely love it. I'm just seeing who can get the stack over there. Kazme's in the lead now, 64 to 59. Honestly, probably a lot more interesting than what's happening on the rest of the game. As I see in the top. Papa, I'll show top lane. I don't care about this goddamn Herald. Oh my god, that was so weird. Show top lane. They're finding. Yeah, okay, let's see. Alright. Okay, we see the hard steel stacks. Who's gonna get that? And gets one, but Kazme gets one back. When's the next one? Minion wave pushed in.
It's like a 20-second
on the
cooldown until the next one. Wait.
Oh my god, Kazme is in
God.
the lead.
He's pulling so far ahead. Kazme, I think this is one of those games where you have to FF.
Yes, Kazme,
Yeah.
TV back to get more stacks. Do it.
he's got it in tow. He's got it. I think this is, if I was Vitagen, I would have F15 here. It's already past 15, I would have F18. Wait, he wants the stacks.
Yes,
Yeah,
Kazme. Give the people what they want. No,
Wait, Anti's running away.
he FF'd. No,
What a
actually,
coward.
potential fight breaking out in the mid lane. Vitagen being brought to half HP. You can see the struggles of a short range AD carry on the Kai'Sa here, getting chunked up by the Ashe and getting chunked up by the Azir early on. So, they said, how difficult is this for Vitagen on the Kai'Sa?
I think it's very difficult. Until you get that evolve in, until you get that stealth, you are in so much threat. You do have the cleanse, yes, to cleanse out of the Ashe arrow if it does end up hitting. But even then, you need to wait so long until that evolve does come on. And you can see he does have the Kraken, plus the pickaxe should get the Q evolve at any time now, I would assume. But on the other side, Jomi keeping up great with the pretty much the same gold, pretty much the same items, but killing the mid lane.
Jomi is going to fall to robbery, and there was no assist coming up from Elrat, so that was just a straight-up solo kill. You can see Jomi had no summoner spells, or had the ghost, used the ghost, Cyclone used by robbery, and I'm assuming that's how the Wukong took down the Ashe.
Probably the ultimate, it did end up being burned, their usage in now. Does have the Q evolve.
Alright, jumping forward, D-Wowzer dropping some soldiers to drop some DPS. Robbery getting poked out by the Sand Soldiers here. Dutch gonna land a root on Talina, but with no Ashe available. Actually, Jomi's just respawned back. Will just be the back off for now for Vitagen. It's a Wacky Race. They've been trying to make their push onto this mid lane turret for a very, very long time now. Robbery setting himself up for a flank. Rousing D-Wowzer because he's basing and he's got teleport available. There's a really nice flank TP that he has potentially here, and you can see Wacky Race, they are pushing through. There's that flank TP. Ant is going to walk around as well, and Wacky Race, they are in danger. D-Wowzer, keep your eyes on him. Shurima's Truffle is available. It's going to be a big Empress to follow. Lena in the first place. Elrat now, low HP. Kazme's next to follow. Jomi's going to land the final arrow onto the side to finish him off. Elrat getting chased down by the Clinker in hand. He's going to finish him off. And Vitagen, they are winning this team fight. The teleport flank was beautiful from the Azir. And it's going to be the mid lane turret with the Rift Herald and the focus onto the Baron buff for death.
D-Wowzer with a great combo into the mid lane. Looking back at the replay, first the TP, great awareness coming out from the side of Vitagen, and then just a beautiful engage. Elrath blocks the initial enchanted crystal arrow, but they're all grouped up. They all get flinged and divided by the Emperor of the Shurima, and K's Mace ends up falling in the backlines as well. Elrath almost makes it out, but the
Oh
fight
my
in
god,
the Baron
Hans
pit-
is dead. Vitagen has finished him off. Baron buff does get secured by Dutch. So Vitagen will secure themselves that massive objective. D-Wowzer gets finished off by Lina with a final bomb landing on top of him. And Dutch now on the run. There's only one Baron buff left. And if Dutch gets away, they will be able to keep themselves 2 buffs. But he is getting barreled down by these turrets. The chase is on. Wacky Wraith, they're going to keep looking for this tree as Dutch now getting chased up by Elrath. And with the objective spawning, Dutch is actually buying some decent time here. But you can imagine this, Ivan is going to get taken down and the ultimate gets finished off as Dutch is going to go down, meaning the dragon will get secured by Wacky Wraiths.
The Mega Inferno Bomb being the one that finishes off Dutch in this instance, and that means that the dragon, like you said, gonna go over to the side of Wacky, second dragon of the game for them, and it means they are only 2 dragons away from the soul. Another Ocean Soul, in fact, over here for our potential last game of the day, but so far it does not look like it is gonna be last game, as Vitagen are the ones in the lead at the moment, and this Mundo is gonna be so hard to kill. You can just see how tanky he is already getting, and I don't see any anti-heal on the side of Wacky Wraith outside of the Elrath Ignite, and even that is on a long cooldown at this time. So unless they can get some anti-heal, unless they can stop this Mundo from healing, it is gonna be a rough time.
Yeah, the tricky thing here is a lot of the damage is coming out from the Wukong and the Ziggs. At some point, the Kai'Sa is going to need to hit that power spike. But in that time, Azir and Ashe will just hit such a strong position in the game. I'm sure D-Wowzer will slowly build towards a Rabadon's death cap. Jomi looking like he's building towards that Trinity Force. And once those items come in, that's where it gets really difficult for Wacky Wraiths, because they're going to get supplied with shields, heals, and whatnot from this Ivan, from this Rakan. And, despite a kill lead, a 4-kill lead from Wacky Wraiths, they are in a gold deficit as Baron buff up minions is going to push through the mid lane. Elrath gets knocked up by Jasiah, and this horse is going to get taken down. Robbery with a beautiful cyclone onto Anne, and Kazema's coming in with the ultimate. The Wukong is being brought to low HP. Mega Inferno Bomb is going to do so much damage onto the members of Vitagen, but with the ultimate, Ant is just going to heal right back up. D-Wowzer man marking Lina and making sure that she doesn't get access into poking the members of Vitagen. Jomi being brought down to low HP, slowed up by the Scion E, but look at that shield. That is a wet dream for this Ashe here. Kazme is going to try to clear the wave, but that's a Baron buffed up minion wave. That's going to go down easily. Daisy going to look for a knock up onto the Scion here.
Oh
Is
my
he get
God.
taken down? Massive damage coming out from Lina. Lina gets a kill. That's a solo kill. D-Wowzer got solo kill by Lina. Kill from Lina onto the Azir, which means Vitagen will have to back off for now. And Wacky Wraiths, they do complete the defense, and the recalls are looking to come through. Elrath has respawned.
Oh my
You can
God.
see Wacky Wraiths fostering aggressively. He takes the killer instinct, but back to away. You can see it's so difficult for the Kai'Sa because of the range, but I like the aggression. And Wacky Wraiths, they keep pushing through.
And Elrath failing the combo over the wall. Dutch gonna be
And Dutch
in
now
trouble.
getting jumped on by Robbery. Cyclone 2 is going to knock him up, and the Ivan is taken down. That's one of 2 remaining Baron buffs left. And I think Jomi is the only one who's got that now on the Ashe. Trinity Force complete. Actually, no, Baron buff is timed out. So Wacky Wraiths, they will be able to push through that mid lane turret. And taking a look at a Baron buff, trading turret's not great for Vitagen, but you know, and they've actually lost their gold lead off of the back of that play. So Wacky Wraiths and Alina on the Ziggs. What a performance from this player.
A great satchel in the mid lane to catch out D-Wowzer, get him under tower, and the tower nowadays does so much damage after a couple of shots that D-Wowzer ends up straight up falling. But I want to go back to those item spikes that you mentioned earlier, because look at the inventory off the side of Vitagen. Redemption Moonstone for Dutch. He's got the 2 items. Nashor's Leandris for D-Wowzer. Him as well having 2 items. Demolish not gonna be used on the tower, and he's gonna save that one up for potentially the tier 2. But even Jomi has 2 items of his own. You can tell the gold lead of 1000 is exactly on the members it needs to be on, and now as I say that, the second items are starting to come in. Mainly, the man I was looking at was usage in not finishing up the Ginsu's fight, yet being so much damage for their comp, and finally has second item as well. Look at the gold overall. You can see Usagin is a little bit ahead, but that top lane is a scary thing. It is a 2,000 gold lead for Ant.
Yeah, a terrifying situation, as this Mundo is going to be so hard to chunk down. You can see Vitagen summon the Azir turret in the mid lane, meaning that they will get some massive damage down onto this mid lane turret as it's standing on its last legs. Full control of the jungle, and Elrat looking for an engage onto D-Wowzer. The Azir is taken down, and no response on the teleport, and Robbery looking for a flank onto two members. Jomi and Dutch knocked off by the Cyclone. Josiah trying to keep his teammates alive, but instead Robbery goes onto a killing spree. Ants is going to keep pushing through the top lane to keep your eyes on that, but Elrat going to try and get a stun onto Josiah. He's going to survive for now. Jomi kiting, beautiful play, shut down onto Yusefin as the AD carry from Vitagen once again, putting in a stellar performance. There comes the teleport. The Dr. Mundo is arriving, and here he is arriving onto the Wakanda scene, almost like Thor in Avengers, as Lena now being chased down by Ant. You guys are so screwed now, says Bruce Banner as Ant briefcases Lena as he is forced to flash away to safety, meaning that AD carry and top lane duo of Vitagen will stand tall, and now we'll start chasing Robbery out of the enemy jungle. D-Wowzer teleports in to this fight, and Robbery being left alone 1 versus 3. What can he do? He does get the clink. Dutch now rooting up the Wukong, and this is going to be a big shutdown into the hands of the Dr. Mundo as he kind of steals the kill. I love that. You know what? Giga Shed, Heartsteel, and the KS. Love that, as this dragon, I'm sure it belongs to Vitagen.
Vitagen are gonna take the dragon, but I'm looking at Baron is up as well. 27 seconds still on Robbery. They can try look for the Nashor here if they want to. They are not pinging towards it at the moment. There is the pings coming down. Dutch making the one who makes the call. He is on the front lines, but I want to go back to the older play while I have the chance to Jomi getting absolute beautiful work done in there, even better than Lena Satchel to get her on out. But now that the Baron is on the card, 16,000, you can see Elrat, Lena, and Usage waiting in the wings case. Robbery up in 2 seconds. This is where Lena's poke needs to come through.
Yeah, this is going to be massive for Wacky Wraiths here, because they do not want to give up the second Baron of the game, and being brought down to half HP, but does have the ultimate available. You can see this Baron is getting absolutely shredded by the Azir and the Ashe, and might get finished off here. What the hell is the camera doing? Because it pans away from Ant. Don't show Ant dying, because he doesn't get enough done. But the Emperor's Divide is going to shove members of Wacky Wraiths away. They do secure themselves the Baron. Robert and King's Maze is going to try and push forward to look for any kills that they can, take down any of these Baron buffs. D-Wowzer decides to stay. Usejin looking for the flank, and he's going to assassinate the Emperor of Shurima as Kaiser finds herself a kill in this team fight. 5-1. We said it was going to be difficult for Usejin, but he's making himself a beautiful performance here, and they will push down the top lane. They do lose the Baron, but they do take down members of Vitagen.
Usage making the best out of a very difficult situation for him, and Lena just not being able to land the poke they need to with the Ziggs. This is why you pick the Ziggs, to land all that important damage before the team fight itself begins. This time around, not getting the chance to do so. Usaging great work coming out from him to pick up the Emperor. Does have a shutdown for himself as well, but the Baron ends up going to Vitagen, and I am also looking at the 2 rods in Wowzer's inventory almost with that death cap. You can see staff as well for Dutch trying to buff up the damage of the Emperor, trying to buff up his mid lane to do even more in these fights, and just the gold is even bigger of a lead in that top lane. But overall, the gold is pretty even all around.
Yeah, gold is even, and Desa, what a story we have here. Vitagen with this star-studded roster. They make changes midway through the split to bring in a D-Wowzer into their team, and no offense to the guy, he is completely butchering this Azir performance, 2-5, but the man who's always seen as the weak point of Vitagen, Jomi, on the Ashe last game, he did his best to hold the fort, wasn't enough, but this time around, 4-1 on the Ashe. Vitagen look to their underrated man to see what he can do to hold down. This is the survival game. If Vitagen loses, they are knocked out, and it's going to be all on Jomi to see if he can keep his team in the SLE.
Xiaomi trying his hardest to keep his team in this 3 items install as well has had a great game for himself thus far. Inhibitor now is going to be the target, keep in mind Baron buff at the back of Vitagen, but the train.
Maze getting the unstoppable onslaught. It lands right on top of the Ash. Empress Defy doesn't hit absolutely anyone, but keep your eyes on the DPS. Jeremy, he's cursing away from robbery. The cycling doesn't land on him. He gets stopped by the Wukong, and he's going to finish off Lina on the backside. The Vitagen, they're looking decent in this team fight. Dutch clutches out of play with the help of Daisy, and the clink is happening because this Dr. Mundo is goddamn unkillable. The top jungle, the beautiful synergy of these two has proven to be enough to keep Vitagen in this series as they win out that team fight. They have Baron buff available. Do they have enough to end the game?
Do they have enough to end the game? The big question on everybody's lips at the moment, and make his best impression of the good doctor, as he has surely been watching it with this Mundo performance. Demolish coming on through as well. They could end here, someone next.
They could end the game here. Nexus turrets are getting barreled down here, and they're both hitting different ones, which is exactly beautifully played on how you want to do this. K's Maze and Lina is going to spawn to be able to defend this base just for now, but it's an open Nexus, and with Vitagen winning out that team fight, that's going to be massive for the game. As they say, it looks like more and more fights go on, more and more does Ant become more difficult to kill.
That's the hard still, baby. Every stack, every bonk gets you that somewhat just more HP, and you can see with Yusin jumping in the back line, who's gonna take care of Ant? There's just not enough damage if Usage dives past this Mundo. Ant absolutely tears up the rest of the Wacky Wraith squad with no contestation whatsoever, and still just heals up the full. This is a man that was half HP, and he just pops out full HP at the end of the fight, and still there is no anti-heal on the side of Wacky Wraiths. You're up against an Ivern, you're up against a Mundo, even the Rakan with Radiant Virtue, double redemption on the side of Vitagen. Someone needs to get anti-heal on this team.
Yeah, I mean, so far this Dr. Mundo is borderline unkillable. He is sitting at so much HP, you can barely even see the health bars. And the worst part is, he does so much damage as well. Look at that Heartsteel proc. Robbery half HP. That's the tank of Vitagen that Wacky Wraiths need to look out for, which is a disaster scenario. Usejin, Lina, it's all going to be on you to see if you can shred through the Dr. Mundo, but D-Wowzer on the Azir. Rabadon death cap completed, meaning he himself is a massive threat. Enchanted Crystal Arrow landing right on top of onto the Scion. That's a much squishier tank than what Vitagen have, as a Scion is going to go down. Josiah, beautiful engage onto the back line of Wacky Wraiths. Elrat trying to see what he can do. The Scion zombie gets finished off, and now that means the carries. Oh my god, that was a terrible Azir ultimate, as Dutch is going to get taken down by Lina, but Jomi finishing off Elrat. This Ash has played a stellar game. D-Wowzer, what can you do? Usejin is going to go down. Lina's the only one alive, but it looks like Vitagen will keep themselves in the SLE for now, as the game 5 is set. The stage is ready. 2-2 in the set.
Game 5, babies. Queue up the silver scrapes, as Vitagen are trying to make the reverse sweep happen. They're the ones who are the kings. They're the ones who are defending the throne and currently not being able to be knocked off of it. They are there sitting with one support pillar. They are there sitting with one member install, and that is Jomi. Jomi had a beautiful game for himself, and overall just an amazing series. And this is why so much of their play goes through John, because you can rely on this man. He is, in my opinion, if he gets the SLE title, if Vitagen can make this happen, he can crown himself as the weak side king, because the Vitagen squad always weak sides this man. They don't play through the bot lane. They send Jomi on the Seraphine. They send Jomi on the Ashe. These picks that have so much utility, and somehow, some way, he always makes it work.
Yeah, he does indeed. And I want to shout out this AD carry of Vitagen. He's come under so much heat because he's never been seen as this carry that Vitagen have. He's been on the Seraphine duty for a lot of last split and a lot of this split. But I have to admit, looking at these two games here, he is Vitagen's best performer in this series. And it's going to be a lot on him to see if he can close out the series for him. But for Wacky Wraiths, it's a bit sad to drop this game because they were playing so well, and it was just a few objectives, few too many objectives given up, and an unkillable Dr. Mundo that stood in their way.
Yeah, unkillable Dr. Mundo, and again, Ant with the heart still just there's not enough damage to take out this Mundo, and this is somewhat the reason Kaisa has fallen a little bit out of favor because nowadays you have so much longer range AD carries that do a better job of taking out these tanks. Even things like Vayne, I think I've seen pop up even more and more to face off against things like the Mundo, and Vayne known as a tank killer. Maybe something I think you can look into to take out things like the Mundo, but normally Ant doesn't even play these Mundos. Normally Ant plays the Gwen. He's used to playing these more fighter and bruisery champions. So it is a little bit of a surprise coming out, I think, for the side of Wacky for him to lock this in. But I think when it comes to Ant and when it comes to the top laner of Vitagen, it is not someone who you can underestimate no matter what champion he is on. This is a man that has a repertoire, an ocean of champions that he can pull out whenever he needs to. This time it was the Mundo, last game it was the Gwen, and who knows what's coming in game 5.
Yeah, well, we will have to find out ourselves as we head into the final break of this series because, well, Peppa, I hope you got Silver Scrapes ready. Game 5 is coming soon.
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these girls, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. It's not me to turn and run. Met the bitter truth and I choked it down. Left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to
Game 5, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Dasa, now let's talk about the stakes of this, because this is an elimination game. Not series, not whatever jibbly bibbly. This last game will be the last game for one of these two teams.
This is where we queue up the silver scrapes for a reason, because the only thing one of these teams is gonna be scraping is the bitter loss in their mouth, as this is our last game of the day. 2-2. So far, Vitagen on track to make the reverse sweep happen. Lost the first couple of games, but they've managed to pick themselves back on up here, and the side of Wacky Wraiths dropping the ball a little bit in these last couple of games, and I'm expecting for the side of Vitagen to pick comfort here. This is where, if you are ever going to pick comfort, it has to be in this game 5. This is where you need to be on your best, because Sovanix, you said it yourself. This is do or die. This is where you cannot afford to screw up. This is where you cannot afford to drop the ball, because if you do, better luck next split.
Yeah, exactly. And I think obviously these two teams have they contain so many important members to the SLE community, and players that we have seen on a regular basis, like Elrat, like Dutch, like Ant, and for one of these two sets of players to bow out now, obviously, I mean, it is quarterfinals, don't get me wrong, but bowing out now is not something that any of these two teams want to have to do, and so it's gonna be a lot of pressure on both teams now to deliver in this game 5 as we head straight into the drafting phase of this one. And already, Dasa, I see the Dr. Mundo has been locked in once again, but so has the Scion. It will be a repeat matchup in top lane. And is there anything else on your eyes that you can see that stands out?
Well, I can see a big blue dragon in the mid lane for the side of Vitagen, and this again is not what I like to see. Personally, it is Wowza in the mid lane with the big blue dragon for them, and I said this earlier, I will say it again, this man is so much better off when he can influence the game. He's gonna be on a late game scaler. ASOL not useful until you hit that late game power spike, but yes, can become an unstoppable monster similar to the Kassadin situation. But Sovanix, we've seen the Kassadin earlier today, and it was the game that Vitagen ended up losing, so this does not personally give me high hopes for their success in this game 5.
No, it doesn't, and we've kind of seen the trend here. Divaza has had a rough, let's be honest, despite that Yone game, he has had a rough series. He hasn't looked good, and he's up against, respectfully to Lina, a player that he should be dominating. On an individual basis, but instead Lina has shown up, and we saw last game Divaza on the Azir looked awkward at best, and Wacky Wraiths on the blue side now, they have themselves such a well-rounded team composition as we are ready to head straight into the game here after looking at the draft here. And Dasa, what is your prediction for this matchup?
My prediction. Okay. Are we putting in player skill level or purely based on draft?
I think let's do this based on how the series has played out.
Based on how I think based on how the series has played out, I think it's gonna be Vitagen. I think you have such an advantage if you have 5-game series and you win game 4 and you're heading to game 5. I think you have such a mental advantage and you have such a boost of confidence from that last game, especially when you take it in such a dominating fashion as you did. And not only that, we saw how impactful the Mundo was last game and secured himself the Mundo once again. This time it's the exact same matchup in the top lane. It was so impactful in that game 1, and I'm gonna be honest with you, there's a Victor on the other side, there's a Sivir on the other side, but in all honesty, I don't think the Sivir Victor, I don't think if Ant reaches late game, if he gets to the point where he was in that last game, is enough to take out this Mundo.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see, but The thing about Wacky Wraiths' draft here is they do look very, very difficult to kill as well. I think I'm not going to underestimate how tough it is to break through Ivan shields, along with an Alistair, who I'm assuming is going to build towards the Radiant Virtue, and a Sivir with a spell shield. This is going to be a tough ask for Vitagen's carries to break down these Wacky Race members. And one thing I do want to point out, Dutch has had a very polarizing series. Some games he's been super impactful, some games he's been a bit of a passenger, and I feel like he hasn't had the best route performances, and he's got himself onto that once again, and we'll see if third time's a charm for him.
Definitely gonna have to take a look at Dutch because he has been, I wanna say, the glue that often holds the Vitagen squad together. He's normally the one making the calls just because of his aggressive nature and his aggressive playstyle in and of itself. You can see early push coming out for the Ashe in this bot lane. Not something you generally see when up against a Sivir, but Alistar, the worst champion in the game at level 1, means you can't really do much. And already losing a lot of HP in this top lane, but we're not going to focus too much on the top lane. We already saw this in game number 1. It's nothing exciting, but what is exciting is Dutch already encroaching onto the enemy jungle. All the camps are gone, which means Robbery should be completely fine, but Dutch already showing his aggressive nature even on the level.
Yeah, he's potentially looking for a gank in the mid lane. Lena now coming under some heat, but Dutch is actually just going to miss the combo. Gets stunned up by the force field of Lena, and as I said, Dutch just looks a little bit uncomfortable on the rel, as won't be able to execute that gank, and Lena just walks away to safety. Oh, actually, I'm going to have to stop whatever you were planning to say there as a combo. Landing onto Jomi, Ignite, ticking already. The Ashe is being brought down to low HP. Sivir throwing some boomerangs out onto this Enchanted... not Enchanted Crystal Arrow, onto the Frost Queen as is forced to recall here. The aggression coming out from the bot lane of Wacky Wraiths, meaning that Vitagen's bot lane gonna have to play defensive now as priority for Wacky Wraiths onto this crab is there, but Dutch is able to secure the scuttle on the bot lane, and you can see Robbery posturing for a potential dive here. Camera pans over to the top lane. I don't want to watch this until the heart steals are in, and Jomi is gonna get taken down. First blood in the hands up to the Sivir. Dutch gonna whiff another combo as Flash gets blown by the Sivir. So tiny victory for Vitagen, but crucially, first blood going into the hands of Wacky Wraiths.
And the ice boomerangs are stronger than the Frost Queen, but Dutch.
Yeah, Dutch gonna try and defend his blue buff, but actually Case Base gets a solo McBolo motor onto Anton the Dr. Mundo. A different story this time as the top laner of Vitagen gets taken down. Dutch loses his blue buff, 2 kills now. It's all looking beautiful for Wacky Wraiths in the early game.
And this is not the start you want to be looking at, but I have to be a little bit critical here of Dutch's pathing because you are looking at an ace-all lane in the mid lane. This is the lane, like, is this really the lane you want to go in for a level 3 gank out of everything? When you're looking at an Ashe in the bot lane, you're looking at a Mundo in the top lane, you're going to the one lane that has no setup, you're going to the one lane that has no CC outside of that level 6 ultimate, and yes, you do have the slow on the E, but you're facing up against a Victor who's got the speed out of the queue as well. There's just no play for you to make, so I feel like his time would have been better used off somewhere else, but gank in the mid lane doesn't work, a dive in the bot lane out of Robbery, and it does mean that early kills are gonna go to the way of Wacky Wraiths.
Yeah, they are indeed, and this time around in the mid lane, D-Wowzer getting himself a much bigger farm lead than in the previous iterations of this matchup, so starting to show that differential in elo potentially, but for the whole side of Vitagen, a tough situation, and I'm sure they're not used to having their superstar jungler being this far behind on tempo, and being behind on the mark, as one thing they're also probably not used to is getting this dominated in the top lane, right? Actually, fight breaking out in the mid lane. D-Wowzer do not get solo killed here as he's forced to run away. Flash is available as Lena plays so aggressive into the face of this 200 LP master player. D-Wowzer, you're getting absolutely diff as L-Rap potentially looking for a play. This dragon is going to get taken down as the cow lands the pulverize onto him. The Aurelion Soul is dead. Lena, you are putting in an all-star performance against this player. Dutch going to hex flash over the wall. looking for something onto K's maze. No unstoppable onslaught. It's going to get blocked away, so no escape path for the Scion available. And dropping the ultimate for the health regeneration. So a kill coming in for Dutch, and Vitagen will bounce back with something. But Wacky Wraiths in cruise control of the early game so far.
Dutch shying away from the mid lane this time around, makes a visit in the top lane instead. Beautiful work to stop the unstoppable Onslaught, positioning himself in a way where K's maze has nowhere to go, nowhere to run, and Elrad with a great roam into that mid lane, potentially could have headbutted Diwaza out of the tower to potentially give Lina the kill, but I respect wanting to secure the kill. I respect wanting to make sure that this Aurelion Sol does not get himself on out, and this is what I was talking about. Diwaza such a strong person in the early game. If you give him something that actually can play in the early game, Aurelion Sol, Kassadin, not these champions from the mid lane.
Wowza now getting ganked up by Robbery on the Ivan, and that's going to be another death for the Dragon in the mid lane, and it's not looking good for Vitagen's mid laner.
Is not looking good. Elrat again making his way over into the mid lane, just gonna help to push the wave for now as the play was already made, but keep your eyes on this bot lane river because the first dragon is a hex tech dragon. It has spawned on the map. Usage and making his way over as well. Should be free pickings, like picking apples off a free apple tree in the middle of a park for the side of Wacky Wraiths. They are gonna get this one for themselves, and it does mean a little bit extra attack speed, a little bit of extra ability haste is gonna be great on your Victor in the early game, who, keep in mind, is already up in CS, is already up on KDA, and already winning this lane.
Already winning this lane, and Lina seems to have Diwaza's number in this series, and it's so crazy to think the confidence that this player has is just getting absolutely shut down by the substitute mid laner of Wacky Wraiths, and Josh is going to see what he can do in the top lane. Diwaza has dished the lane phase and realized, I'm going to try and roam around and make some plays happen. K's maze, beautiful footwork to dodge away from the initial stun, but Diwaza getting himself a kill and getting himself on the board, exactly what he needed to do to get himself back into this game.
Yeah, does get himself on the board, finally picks up a kill, is gonna help accelerate the dragon in the mid lane just a little bit. Robert up here to make sure that Ant will not get a plate, although I doubt Ant cares too much about there being an Ivern. and Daisy is gonna get popped. Ant needs to be a little bit careful, but is she gonna run on away? Robert is gonna be here to pick up the CS, pick up the XP and the gold. Jesse on the top side as well alongside Elrat, but keep on the levels. Elrat 6, Jesse 5. Jesse does not have ultimate.
Yeah, this is going to be a massive fight here because the Rift Herald has proven to be a big swing of gold in this series. And we can see bot lane Jeremy forcing to use the flash, as you said, and goes aggressive onto the AD carrier Vitagen, which means no Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to get flown in for this Rift Herald, and it will just go into the hands of Wacky Wraiths. They get more members onto the objective, which means they will secure this. Vitagen in an elimination game. They falter in the early, and Dasa, they are the reigning champions. They are sitting on the throne, but right now Wacky Wraiths are challenging their reign, and this could be the final step in their story in this split.
And Vitagen, the house of cards that is slowly starting to lose, the support pillar slowly starting to lose and tremble at the fear against Wacky Wraiths. Of course, the game is still very early on, only 10 minutes in, but Vitagen as a team, to me, it does not have that much success when losing it in the early game. But Dutch in the top lane looking for a gank onto Case Maze, this could get dangerous.
Yeah, this could get interesting. You can see Dutch is trying to block out that Scion ultimate. Great movement and great usage of that. But K's Maze, he might just do the unit reverse card and go the other way. He's going to get himself behind enemy lines here. You can see Diwaza has already started to move away from the mid lane, trying to look for a kill onto the Scion. The Aurelion Sol hasn't hit the power spike just yet. The shield of K's Maze still standing strong. He has now entered the bot side of the map. This is going to be a long chase, and I can imagine Vitagen, they might drop this. Herald spawn for robbery. gonna look
No
to
way.
get plates in the bot lane. Case he might find himself away. He might have escaped this. He has teleport available, so he will be able to get himself into the top lane as well. You can see, and chat. Oh, that's actually D Wowzer teleporting into the bot lane fight. Yusejin already getting a kill onto Jesiah. D Wowzer teleporting in and flashing away straight off the back. And 1 HP into the bush, but there's a ward in their body. Dutch is going to finish him off, and now the rest of Vitagen are going to try and run through the members of Wacky Wraiths here. Dutch with the Magnet Storm is going to find K's Maze, and he's going to go down as a trade. And a beautiful boomerang coming in from Yusejin, meaning for now, Lina, Yusejin, he's going to try and push forward. Blue buff in the hands of the Sivir. Let's see what they can do. Another boomerang landing, but that's not going to be enough for now. The team fight goes equal. Teleports were used as well. But in the end, Wacky Wraiths, they leave this team fight with a gold lead.
Wacky Wraiths end up leaving the teamfight better off an absolutely orgasmic boomerang coming out from Vitagen right there. TP's being flown in by absolutely everyone. Double TP coming out from the side of Wacky Wraiths, and you can just see Ant ends up doing so much havoc in the back lines, but Lina with a great laser death ray is gonna end up taking out Ant. Case ends up falling as well in the meanwhile, and Zombie Sayo just so much pressure and so much work as we get back into live because of fight.
The fighting doesn't stop, as you can see. Jomi, low HP, low mana, as another fight seemed to have broken out here. And Dasa, Yusejin, 3-0 on the Sivir, and once again, duel in the top lane. These two guys just won't give it up. And what's important here, Maze last game went for the Heartsteel rush, and this time will rush the Sunfire Cape. You see, it's kind of equaling to a bit more of a favorable situation here, because Heartsteel doesn't really give stats other than HP, so Maze is going to win out on these early duels for now.
Yeah, I think it all depends on how aggressive you're looking to play, and both of these laners have been playing very aggressive thus far. The only thing is, the later you get the Heartsteel, if you opt in for that at all, the later it means you get those stacks in as well. So far, Maze, yes, he is better off in the lane, but this is gonna reduce his scaling just a little bit. Spellkill in the bot lane, Miss Vitagen is gonna be
Oh my god,
under threat, but Dutch.
Yeah, Dodge arriving into the mid lane. You can see D-Wowzer already chunked her low HP. Oh my god, I have to admit, Lina is absolutely destroying D-Wowzer this series. Like, this is one of the biggest mid gaps we've seen in the top 4, and yeah, D-Wowzer not having a great performance, and this will be the dragon because he's dropped to low HP, secured for Wacky Wraiths. 2 dragons in the hands now, and I'm seeing health bars go a bit low in the top lane with Ant pushing forward, so trying to see if anything will happen there, but instead it's going to be a dive in the bot lane. Elrat drops the ultimate, and Jomi under siege. No flash available. 4 kills in the bank for Yusejin as this Sivir is starting to run away with the game.
Dutch in the mid lane, Lina could be in trouble.
Yeah, Dutch in the mid lane now. Oh my god, that's a bit of a whiff on the combo, but it might just be enough. We'll be able to get the kill as D-Wowzer secures himself the 3rd kill of the game. Root not landing for robbery, and he's going to have to try and run away. Daisy gets popped down to see what she can do to turn the tide of this team fight, but instead, Maze clears the way with the unstoppable onslaught. Now, Ant in danger, does have the ultimate available, and then we'll see how this fight goes. This top lane duel has been lethal for the rest, well, I guess for the throughout this series, and Ant gets knocked up, but we'll be able to get Blast Cone to safety. So, no deaths in the top lane. I say top fights have been lethal. They really haven't. No one really died. I don't know why I said that. But, yeah, lots of fights happening, and, well, so far, Wacky Wraiths still in the lead.
So far in the lead. I was waiting to see if Elrat wanted to do an engage there, but with the ultimate top fight, and should be completely fine. And again, big story here is Vitagen, right? So when you mentioned earlier as well, Rampage on this server, 4-on-0 Kraken Slayer in his inventory as well. But I need to be critical here because they are running out of time. Case in the top lane, though.
Getting ganked up in the top lane by Dodge, and a beautiful combo means that Ant will secure his 2nd kill of the game, and the kill score is getting evened up, but the gold lead is not, as Team Wowzer now comes under heat as Vitagen lands another beautiful boomerang to finish off the dragon in the mid lane, which means this mid lane turret does not have wave clears. Josiah's going to be the only one to try and stop the push coming from Wacky Wraiths. Dutch now supplies some support into the mid lane to see what he can do. And you can see the Hex Flash gets channeled up, doesn't get combo off as Elrad with a beautiful headbutt takes away the rail combo. Dutch gonna pop the Magnet Storm, looking for robbery, and instead he's gonna get taken down. No, he's not. He's gonna survive. Actually, he does get taken down by the ignite of Josiah, but instead, Vitagen, he's just too goddamn strong in the civic. Dutch now left to jump away to safety. D-Wild has teleported into the fight. Looking at this flank could be absolutely massive as the briefcase lands onto Lena. This Victor is gonna go down. Not just yet, as the volley from Jamie is going to finish her off, and instead gets taken down with the laser. Case Maze now left to run. Vitagen shut down, has gone over to Vitagen, and that's going to be a massive swing of gold. As you can see, the gold lead have now equalized, and now in favor of Vitagen. They have bounced back into this game.
Vitagen has bounced back. Case Maze with a train in the mid lane though.
Case Maze used the unstoppable onslaught and will survive for now. Elrad playing beautiful defense, doesn't quite get the combo off as the pulverize doesn't follow the headbutt, but now D-Waz are on the run. Combo coming up very, very soon. It's available now. Josiah and Anta are going to try and keep his mid laner alive. This Aurelian Thor is going to get out for now. The Alistair is going to try and do what he can. D-Waz, what are you doing? What are you doing, man? I couldn't even cast this as Ant is going to get there, going to a killing spree as he will finish off Elrad here, and instead Daisy is going to keep hitting. This Dr. Mundo will get cleared away. The root is going to land. Vitagen is back into the team fight. Boomerang after boomerang. That's no corporate Mundo as Lena will shut down this top laner of Vitagen. And the fight lasted for about as long as my lifespan, but in the end, it's Wacky Wraiths that come out with the lead.
And Vitagen, despite having the corporate Mundo stocks, end up crashing down for them, as it's gonna be Ant who falls at the back, and Vitagen, his shutdown does get gathered on up, but another kill to the victor in the mid lane. Dutch looking for a potential play on this top side. D-Waza is around as well. Keep in mind, Sky's Descent is not going to be up and available, but in this case, his ultimate, he could be dead here.
Yeah, he could be. Unstoppable Onslaught isn't available for now. Ghost does get popped, which means Vitagen, no, probably won't outrun that zombie little thing in the top lane, as we can see Dragon is spawning very, very soon, and this is going to be crucial because Wacky Wraiths are on soul point if they get this.
If they get this, they're on soul point, and not just any soul point as well, but infernal soul point. At that, infernal dragon can be so influential when you're looking at things like a Victor looking at silver boomerangs bouncing in between team members of Vitagen. It can give you so much more stats, so much more damage, but this is not gonna come easy pickings. You're gonna have to fight your way in. You're gonna have to fight your way through this absolute Vitagen onslaught, because so far Vitagen does not give anything for free.
Yeah, D-Waza does have that special Aurelian Soul Ultimate available, and the fight is already going to break out. That's a massive Aurelian Soul Ultimate, but look at the front line of Vitagen. They can't withstand the damage that Lena and Vitagen are putting on top of them. Shut down already onto Dutch, and they're going to keep pushing forward. Dragon getting finished off by robbery on the side, but Vitagen front lining on the Civet, exuberating so much confidence on this AD carry pick. Auto-filled, but nonetheless playing out of his mind here. And the Dragon's going to get focused up. No jungler available. Drumming being brought to low HP by Lena. Comboed up. D-Wowzer is by Elrat. And now on the side, trying to do what he can. There's no entry points available for the carries of Vitagen. And it's just going to be the zone away and soul point secured for Wacky Wraiths.
Soul point secured. Ant might be in trouble in the mid lane though. Robbery trying to run him on down. Spell immune is gonna come through, which means no CC for Robbery quite yet. Still with the blue smite. He's very quick through these bushes, but not gonna be gathered up as we take a look back at the replay. It all starts so well, but Ant, the second the shield gets on pop, he just gets CC'd on top of CC on top of CC. Stuns on knock ups the root onto Dutch as well. The second he tries to jump in, he's so squishy in front of Vitagen, who's so damn far ahead, and at that point, like you said, Sovanix, the front line just melts like pancake in a oven as they get taken on out, and it does look like the Dragon as well soul point goes over to the side of Wacky Wraiths. Vitagen now onto two almost 2.5 items here. Lina almost onto 2 items of her own as well. Robbery already as well, having 2 items completed on up. Cole 7 stacks away from finishing. Herald is going to be spawning to the bot side for a little bit of added pressure. Should gonna dash off here, potentially even the full tower, and is gonna probably finish that one off before it even gets their Baron on the cards. 20 minutes into the game, Sovanix, and it is a 2,000 gold lead for the people trying to dethrone the king.
Yeah, at the moment, Vitagen looking like they are in the face of Wacky Wraiths, and let's remind everyone the stakes of this game. The reigning champions of the SLE, they could be dropping their throne. Their crown might get shattered today as Wacky Wraiths in the lead of this last game just for now, but it's a slender lead. Let's not forget there's a Mundo with a Heartsteel slowly scaling up, slowly getting those stacks in. There's an Aurelian Soul who is slowly scaling. That Rylai's Crystal Scepter will be crucial to play out the rest of these team fights. But for Wacky Wraiths, they've got a fed Sivir in their hands. Vitagen and Lina pumping out so much DPS. It's do or die now for both these teams.
And speaking of Lina, look who just picked up their second item on the back just a couple of seconds ago. It is the Victor in the mid lane. Shadow Flame now in hand, as well as the Liandry's. This is gonna be a Victor that's gonna be pumping out so much damage, especially looking at Ant's build. It is full armor just to go up against this Usaging, just to go up against the Sivir in the bot lane. No magic resist for any members on the side of the Vitagen squad, which means Lina is gonna be such a crucial member, such an influential member of this Wacky Wraith squad. If they can catch up the Victor, it's gonna be really important. But I'm not expecting anything to really come out of this. 2 tanks with about 4,000 HP each, just whacking each other, getting some Heartsteel stacks. And speaking of Heartsteel stacks, we saw it earlier, opting for the early Sunfire on Case Maze, ended up opting for the Jack Show instead of the Heartsteel.
Yeah, I actually really like that because, of course, you get plenty of Heartsteel stacks up against your opposite number here with a wet noodle matchup. But when it comes to the rest of the game, it does exist outside of top lane, surprise, surprise. So you do need to tank up some damage from the other members of Vitagen. So I like what he's done here, going for the Jack Show. Really, really good against Aurelian Soul and Ashe, because you essentially get tankier the longer you are taking damage. So these aren't burst champions, these are sustained damage champions. So it's a really good adaptation coming out from K's Maze here, going for that Jack Show. And you can see, Dasa, you can see both these teams, they know one more mistake and it could be the end of your season. And it's on a knife's edge. They're both playing a little bit more cautious now. And we are slightly entering that mid-game when mistakes can be crucial.
You know what, Sovanix, they are playing slower, but I feel like this is like a powder keg. It's just waiting to explode. The fuse is running down, but the second the fuse runs out, it's gonna become
Kobe now in trouble. He's going to run defensively, and that's a great flash over the wall. But look at how right he does get the flank onto the AD carry of Vitagen. Left to run, Ghost is popped. What can he do? Can he survive? Magnet Storm is going to defend the AD carry for now. Redemption going to heal him up, but now in the art of defense, they will drop as Josiah will be the first to fall in the team fight. Lina getting the kill credit for that. You can imagine now Wacky Wraiths will put their attention to this Baron buff here, gets started up by Robbery. There is a control ward in that bush, so Vitagen know that this has been started up. The Wowzer does not have the upgraded ultimate available, so this is going to be a massive position for Wacky Wraiths if they can secure this. No Rakan available now, and the combo landing onto the Aurelian Soul. Flash already blown. Anton Dutch, what can you do as the front line is left remaining? Jomi has returned to the fight. Lina stepping forward. The ultimate is dropped onto the members of Wacky Wraiths, but nothing lethal so far, as Alright will get away with his life for now. K's Maze stepping forward onto Anton and landing a briefcase onto Lina, but you can see this is the Dragon Soul, Infernal Soul on the wings now for Wacky Wraiths. If they secure this, it's going to be so goddamn near impossible for Vitagen to do anything in these team fights. They're already struggling, and this will land the crucial blow for them to decide whether they can continue winning these fights, as now the entry into the pit has started. This smite fight is going to be massive. Can he get it? Can Dutch steal this for his team? He doesn't win the smite fight. Robbery's going to get it for his team. Wacky Wraiths, they are losing out on the team fight in general. Shutdown coming in for the carries of Vitagen, but crucially, Robbery secures the drag.
Robbery secures the dragon. That is Infernal Soul for the side of Wacky. Wraiths taking a look back at the replay. You can see Dodge trying to make his way into the pit very early on. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow hits Case Maze. The big tank does not give a damn, as you can see Dodge jumping, but great job from Elrat to boop him away right before the cow ends up dying. The rest of the members on the side of Wacky Wraiths fall one by one. Robbery ends up flashing over the wall to make sure he makes it on over to the Baron now at the hands of Vitagen. You can see the gold lead about 2,000 for them as well, but at this point, who gives a damn about the gold? It is about execution. It is about Elrat with the flanks. It is about Lina trying to keep herself alive against the onslaught that is Vitagen, trying to damage from the backline. Usagin trying to give himself safe 3 items on the Sivir as well, and Diwaza needs to make sure he lives. 5 deaths on this Aurelion Soul has not done a great job of living thus far in this game, but we are closing in to the point where if you die now, it is gonna be long death timers, and it could be crucial death timers as well for any of these carries. Diwaza, Jomi, Lina, Usagin, if any of these carries end up going down, even Robbery, if you're the jungler, big for these objectives, there's an objective up and you end up dying, it could be massive for your team.
This could be massive indeed as the Dragon Soul secured for Wacky Wraiths. But let's not forget, Vitagen did win out on the team fight. They did secure themselves a Baron buff. So we can see how much they get off of this, because if they can secure enough, it could be enough time that they can buy for the Elder to spawn and potentially for D-Waz to get more items into his inventory. He is now slowly building towards that Void Staff as a root landing onto Dutch here in the enemy jungle, and a beautiful engage coming out from Josiah, but there's no follow-up just for now. D-Wowzer gonna try and DPS as much as he can, but look who it is. It's K's Maze with the unstoppable onslaught right on top of the Rakan. Join me, not in range to put down any DPS. Dutch is gonna be the first one to fall. Josiah falls next. Wacky Race, they could actually win this. They win the game! Shutdown coming in onto Jomi. Ants is going to be the next to fall. Double kill coming in from Malrat. And they're going to look to push through the base. D-Wows is the only one left alive from Vitagen. This could be their throne, their reign ending right in front of us.
I think they've done it. I think they can potentially look for the game here. Case is typing up the towers to make sure these minions stay alive for now. Baron buff still with D-Wowzer. You can see the death timers might not be long enough, but
Engage coming in from Elrat onto the dragon. No mana left. He's going to stop the flight back to the safety of his base. As Elrat, no mana, meaning that D-Wowzer would just get pushed away. Josiah has respawned back into the fray, meaning that the will be able to defend this for now. Won't be the end of the game for Wacky Wraiths. Let's keep your eyes on potential TP flanks here, as Wacky Wraiths will attempt to evacuate for now. There is a ward there, but I don't think Ant will respawn in time. It beautifully gets cleared out, and it will get to safety. Wacky Wraiths, you can't help but feel one more team fight, and that is Vitagen gone from the SLE.
Ant will not have time to TP, nor does he have it up to begin with. And if D was TP's there, well, we all know how that's gonna end. And granted, wouldn't be the first time considering what he's done in this series so far. Dutch securing the blue buff now for himself. Keep your eyes on these objective timers. 2 minutes for the Elder Dragon, 2 minutes 55 for this Baron buff. But Sovonix, considering how this series has been so far, I wouldn't put it past either of these teams to wait for these objectives to fight, because it has been complete bloodbath for all 5 games. Throughout all of these games, 29-minute game for our game 5. You can see Wacky Wraiths with a 1,000 gold lead. We are gonna hit the 30-minute mark. We are gonna be having what I would assume is about the most stressful of a situation you can have in the SLE for both of these teams. Of course, not the grand finals quite yet, but especially for Vitagen, this is their time to prove that they can be kings once more.
Yes, they can. And Vitagen, one more fight, I feel, and it's gonna all crumble down. But for Wacky Wraiths, they can't slip up. Aurelion Soul clears wave so quickly. Ash breaks through turrets very, very fast. As actually, D-Wowzer, is he going to get caught here on the side lane by K's Maze? Unstoppable Onslaught brings D-Wowzer to low HP, but instead D-Wowzer is able to trade back quite a lot of damage onto the Scion. So we'll see what can Vitagen do to capitalize. Lina is not actually here, and Wacky Wraiths could potentially be overextending. There is no minion wave left available. Daisy gets popped, but instantly shredded down to crumbles. As Vitagen will succeed in defending that bot lane turret for now, but look at what is spawning. 49 seconds on the clock, and that Elder Dragon is going to spawn. This could be Vitagen's chance to get back into this game.
Elder Dragon is gonna be spawning soon, so this is when we take a look at cooldowns. This is when we take a look at what's up. Elrat's ultimate, Robber's ultimate, K's Mace's ultimate, none of these are going to be available. The Wowzer's Sky's Descent, a massive teamfight tool for the side of Vitagen. Not going to be up quite yet, should be up very, very soon though, but the big cooldown for the Wowzer is gonna be up in 5 seconds, so he's actually gonna have it up, but Elrat's ultimate should be available as well. 25 seconds on Daisy for Ivern, but all the big cooldowns are up. Flash is up for absolutely everyone but Jesse in this fight, so Sovanix, this is gonna be the big one. This is gonna be the decider, and K's Mace with the train is gonna probably start us off.
Such a crucial fight incoming here, and I'm gonna keep my eyes onto Elrat because he's landed such beautiful engages this game. He's been the catalyst for success for Wacky Wraiths this entire split. One of the biggest transfers coming in for split 5. Elrat from BLM to Wacky Wraiths. He is a previous split finalist, and it's now time for him to rise to the ranks and prove everyone wrong. Show him his value into this Wacky Wraiths roster. He has switched the flip. He has turned the haters against themselves, and he's proven to be one of the best supports in the league, and he's landed a 2-man engage already. Join me now under heat. Yasejin landing boomerang after boomerang, flashing away from the engage, but Lina is teleported into the base of Vitagen. Teleport coming through. This could be the end of the game. Lina, clutch play to press base, and Vitagen now, they could be ending the crumbling sands of Vitagen. They could be all falling apart. The teleport gets cancelled. The throne, it's getting overthrown. The crown no longer exists. D-Wowzer, Tosh, what can you do to defend the push? It is gonna last for now, but Yasejin and Robbery now pushing through the base. They know the Nexus is moments away from shattering. K's Maze now arriving to provide some support. Knock up from Daisy. Dutch minutes away and moments away from falling. He's gonna go down. Killing spree for the Sivir. Yasejin, one more boomerang blade landing into the heart of Vitagen. They are down.
Shit.
The throne is over. Goodbye to your reign. Vitagen fall. No more do they exist. The champions are gone.
Vitagen falls against all odds. Wacky Wraiths, they did it. They knock out Vitagen, they knock out Split 4 champions, which means it's gonna be Blazing Pandas versus Wacky Wraiths in the losers bracket finals, and this means it means Vitagen are not gonna make it. There's gonna be no Vitagen in the grand finals. There's gonna be no one to defend their throne, which means no matter who wins, it is gonna be new kings for Split 5. It is gonna be new defenders for Split 6. And Sovanix, this is about as good of a series as we could have asked for. Solo kills in the top lane, solo kills all around us, big team fights, big AoE ultimates, even a TP in the Nexus at 35 minutes into the game, and game 5, and Lina with the absolute nerves of steel to pull that off.
Yeah, absolute
Holy.
nerves of steel. And I have to say, you won't find many mid laners with that sort of presence of mind to go for that play, teleporting into the enemy base whilst Elder Dragon's just there. So, and I need to point back to this. Vitagen, so much experience on their team, and they falter in a macro sense. What a tragedy for the players of Vitagen here. So much experience, so much success on their team, and they just falter in the hands of this substitute mid laner's back door. Or should I say front door, because it kind of just went through the mid lane. And as shocking as this is, I have to say, coming into this series, as I said, I heard a lot about what Vitagen was saying. They were already preparing for their match. They were preparing already for their rematch against Good Chi Yin. Their heads were not in this. I'm pretty sure D-Wowzer was overconfident. He was probably exuberating with I've already won. I'm up against an Emerald player, getting absolutely destroyed in the mid lane match upon multiple games. And I believe we will have an interview. I really hope we can get Lina in for an interview, because I want to talk to this person right now. But we will get an interview coming in soon. But for now, we'll head to a quick break. my gosh, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we welcome to the broadcast two members that have just dethroned Vitagen, taking the crown off the champions. Guys, initially, I want to ask you two, how does it feel to take down the Goliath that is Vitagen?
Oh. I can't stop laughing. I think it's really great.
Yeah,
Yeah, feels
Nice.
good.
nice.
I
It was a
mean,
big
we-
match. It was a big fight.
We had no
Yeah.
expectations when we started, but I mean, we partly did it, so we're really happy.
Nice. Love that. Lena, I'm gonna throw a question straight to you because I think on paper, I kind of mentioned on the broadcast, on paper, this was one of the biggest, if we talk about Elo, biggest LP differences that we had in Split 5. He's Master 200 LP peak, and you're sitting at Emerald 2 currently, so there's a lot of LP difference here, but looking at the games, it looks like you were the 200 LP Master player, and he was the Emerald 2. How did it feel playing against Wowzer in this series?
It was okay-ish. I felt like, I don't know, it was weird. Everything that happened was weird, and I didn't feel like I was playing versus a master 150 LP, you know?
Yeah, you
I
tell
was
him.
like, I played versus Sushi Killer, and I
Oh, stable
respect
internet
this guy,
moment.
he's
Stable
great.
internet.
But I just
Wait,
tell you,
do you want to repeat that because you cut out a little bit?
I'm saying I played versus Sushi Killer, and he's way better than Walzer, I respect this guy.
Yeah, I agree with you. So now, Elrat, I'm going to throw a question to you because you've had such a beautiful story in the SLE. You're such a respected and loved member of the community. And I think when it comes to conversations of best players that have never won the league, you are literally that guy. And you've just taken down Vitagen, the previous champions. Moving forward, do you believe you can take this Wacky Wraiths roster to success?
I hope so. I mean, we played the first time with Lena and it went pretty good. Some people told me that it was because we didn't play with Butner, but we need to prepare for next week against BP. But I think we will first focus on the next match and maybe then on the trophy, because when I joined Wacky Rest the split, I had no expectations, and I mean for that we kind of had a good run so far.
Yeah. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, of course. Congratulations to you guys for the win as well. And granted, this was replay, so it's not like a live reaction or anything. But still, of course, someone did ask how you felt. But what do you guys feel like was your secret to winning today? What do you guys feel like you just did better than the enemy team?
I think we had good mentor.
Yeah,
I
and we
don't
played
know.
together. Probably
I feel
that's
like-
the biggest stuff.
Yeah, the second game kind of broke it a bit down, and then we did the swappy whoppy, and then everything went great again, and we were positive and fighting.
Swappy wall.
We did actually, yeah, that is something that Sovanix actually predicted when we were in draft and saw the Seraphine locked in as well as the Corki. Is this sort of something that you guys planned beforehand? Was this okay, if we're gonna lock in the Corki and the Seraphine, we're gonna lane swap? Or was this more so something that you guys were in draft, you locked in the Corki and Seraphine was like, hey, maybe we should lane swap here?
No, it was planned because I didn't know if we had a chance to beat them, so I was trying to find strategies that we could cheese a little bit. And I think Corki is one of the best champions of our mid laner, and I know that Lina can play Seraphine, and so I thought we could swap them, have a good mid laner, and then we have an enchanter, and I can play Alistar, so we have a nice team comp. And I firstly wanted to play it the first game, but then we were like, okay, maybe we let them think we play only usage in ADC and then swap, and that worked out perfectly.
Definitely worked out perfectly, and me and Sovanix definitely highlighted usage in Corki on stream as well. For me, it personally tends to be a little bit hit or miss. This time around does end up working out for you guys. And again, congratulations to you guys for the win. But Give me some predictions coming to your next matchup. Of course, it is going to be like we said earlier. The Blazing Pandas, of course, lost 3-0 to Gucci. And do you think, considering you guys went to 5 games tonight, do you think it is going to help you going into next week, considering you guys went into 5 games? Or do you think them being 3-0 is sort of going to give them a mental disadvantage?
I think we will play 5 games again, but I don't know anymore. I think we're pretty even when it comes how strong we are. We made many mistakes in the last series when we played against them. Also, big draft mistakes. I think their bot lane is so punishing that you can punish them really good. So we kind of need to change some things.
I think that's definitely fair enough, and it is good to hear that you guys did come prepared. And it is good to hear as well that you are expecting 5 games coming out of next week. But so next, I'm gonna toss it over to you. Congratulations again to you both for the win tonight, and of course, good luck in your lower bracket semifinals.
Yeah, very, very, very lovely questions there, Data. And I've got one more to ask for both of you. And this might be one that gets shut down quickly because of decisions to be made. But moving forward, obviously, having Alina play this series this well, what's the plan for the starting roster for Wacky Wraiths when you guys face up against Blazing Pandas again?
Oh, I'm just a substitute, kind of. After my team disbanded, I was just swimming around lonely, and they grabbed me and were like, "Wanna play?" And I'm like, "Sure." So
Yeah.
playing with the butter again.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Well, Wacky Wraiths will return with Bootner for Pandas. Sad to see, Lena, that I'm assuming you probably won't feature in that series, but you had a stellar performance here. And all right, I have a question for you. Is preparation-wise, I think, I mean, you've shown me how you guys prep for games. I know you guys are one of the teams that does some of the best preparation in the SLE. Do you feel one of Vitagen's downfalls was their overconfidence of thinking that they had already beaten you before the series started?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, in the first game, especially, I would say, like it was weird bends and weird draft. Like I really hate Twisted Fate. I think he's useless. He's shit. If you don't use him right, and nothing happened.
Yeah, I mean,
we got
I hope.
Okay, sorry.
No, go for it.
Yeah, we got every pick we wanted in game 1. We got the Orianna, we got the Wukong, we got the Cyan, we got the Sivir, we got Renata. I mean, it's kind of Enchanter we wanted, and that's like our preferable team comp, and we got everything we wanted, and then it was a clear victory. And in game 2, they kind of banned us out, and we had no answer yet, and it was really rough.
Banning all mid laners.
Yeah, they did. Oh my god, you had D-Wazza trembling. Jeez. Yeah, I love that from you guys. Do you have any final words before we close this one out?
Thank you for the nice cast. We enjoyed it.
Thank you for the lovely gameplay.
And a lovely interview.
Yes, and a lovely interview, of course.
Everything's so lovely.
Yes, very, very
Nice.
lovely. Congratulations to both of you. All right, I hope to see you in my duo queue lobby very, very soon. But for now, congratulations, guys. Enjoy your victory and good luck in your preparation for Pandas.
Thank you.
I hope he didn't take my duo queue offer seriously because I actually kind of want to play World of Warcraft. Desa, beautiful games here as Wacky Race. They eliminate the favorites of Vitagen. I mean, I'm a little shocked to see them bow out now. I think I heard from Vitagen players that they were like, "Yeah, gee, Vitagen last series was the preview of the final." Blah blah blah. Well, no preview of the final because you're not in the final. So, Desa, any thoughts before we close this one out?
I think I have to agree with you. I think shocked is probably the right word here. I'm a little bit surprised as well to see Vitagen get this far. Losers bracket semifinals just to sort of lose it at a point where no team really wants to lose. This is a point where if you make it this far, you've put so much work into it. You've put so
Yeah.
much love into what you do. It never feels good to lose at this point, especially if you're trying to defend your title from the last split. But I do have to commend Vitagen, even though they lost, I think they still gave it their all. Ended up kicking out Snack Pack in their first game, up against Greasy Goblins 3-2, lost to Gucci and now lost to Wacky Wraiths. Still gave us a good show, gave us some great moments, I think, for Split 5, which we are going to be looking back at times to come. And of course, sad to see them go, but I think GG's to both teams.
Yeah, GG's to both teams, and GG's to Wacky Wraiths and everyone who tuned in for this stream, because this was one of the most fun series I've casted, and it was really lovely to see these two I guess you know what, I'm gonna call Wacky Wraiths these two Goliaths battle it out. These are the two best teams that we have here in this league, and close out this stream, and we close out the quarterfinals, because I guess you could say losers bracket semis. As now there are 3 teams remaining, and it's all up for grabs between these 3. So, guys, do not forget when those games are happening. I'm sure Wacky Wraiths and Pandas will be a banger. So tune in for that. Thank you, Dayser, for joining me on the cast. Thank you, Pepper, as usual, for this beautiful production. Thank you all for watching, and have a lovely rest of your evening.
Goodbye.
Bye.